Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Actually, probably would help if I move the microphone a little bit closer. Where's that? Okay, right. There we go. Yes. That should hopefully be a bit better. Hopefully you can hear me more clearly now. Although I just put the microphone in such a way that I can't see the question sheet. So I'm going to put that there. Put that there. I'm going to put that there. There's an echo. Oh, wonderful. Why is that, you wonder? Okay, so I've only got the one microphone on. Right. Has that fixed the problem? Right. Just as well we started a fraction early then. Is the echo gone now? Oh yeah, of course I've got the delay, so let's see. Has the echo gone now, everyone? No, it says was it Patterson? No, I'm not live streaming on any other platform. I'm pretty sure I've muted the microphone that's built into the webcam. Okay, what happens if I do that? Can anyone hear me now, or am I just silent? Okay, so that's very strange, because that means that XSplit is taking in audio input, but also audio input is coming from somewhere else. That's very weird. Okay, I'm just going to do one last experiment before we kick off with questions. I'm going to move that away. Right. Has that changed anything about the volume, or am I coming through just the same? I'll just wait for the chat to catch up. Because if it's gone quieter, that means the input is still coming from the microphone. If it hasn't gone quieter, that means the sound input is coming from something else, which is bizarre. Okay. Right. Well, in that case, I'm guessing at that point maybe the webcam is picking it up. But oh well, if there's audio from somewhere and it's working, then we're going to go with that and not worry too much about anything else, because, well, why look a gift horse in the mouth. Right, so welcome everybody to a much delayed dry dock. I know I keep saying I should do this more regularly, and I do mean to do one of these a month because I've got a lot of live stream dry docks to catch up on. Unfortunately, every time I do one, something then comes to kick me in the backside, which prevents me from doing the next one. So for the last, 6 weeks or so, up until about 2 weeks ago, I started off with the flu, and that went for about 3 days, which wasn't too bad. But then after that, for some reason, my sinuses stayed infected for about a month and a half, which some of you may have detected a slight nasal pitch change in some of the more recent video audios, but hopefully not too much, because I tried to mitigate that. But the thing is, when I'm recording, I can choose when to record and prepare myself for it and record in sections, then go off, clear my head and come back to it. Whereas if I'm doing a live stream for multiple hours, then you'd be subject to an awful lot of me sniffling and coming up short with breath and so forth. So that aside, we're back with episodes 295 and 299. Now, there are about 30 questions between those two from patrons. So for those of you who are not aware about how this works, most of you I've recognised your names in the chat, but for those of you not aware, what we're going to do first is we're going to go through the alternate history Patreon dry dock questions from those two dry docks, and then we're going to catch with any super chats and then into questions from the chat. So I have some refreshment, and we have questions, and let's go. So, the great and powerful and amazingly handsome Supreme Sea Lord Betty, Victor of Jutland, I'm going to find you, whoever you made that their Patreon title, asks, it's time for a yearly silly question. In the new DLC for Hearts of Iron 6, Argentina has the option to recruit a new leader who is a strange German man who escaped from Germany before it surrendered. His name is Senor Hitler. One of his focuses allows the Argentinians to raise, repair and modernise the Graff Spee. How much money and manpower would be needed to repair the Graff Spee for naval service? A lot. More than you would need to actually just build a copy from new, because of course she was scuttled and then somewhat picked over. So if the Argentinians decide that they're going to raise and put her back into service, well, first you've got to raise a wreck that's had some scuttling charges and a major fire done on it. So doing that in relatively shallow waters is going to be interesting. But assuming you can do that without the wreck breaking in half, you then basically got to dismantle the entire superstructure, take off the turrets, gut the hull, replace everything, and put everything back together, at which point the extra trouble you'd be going through would actually put the costs beyond building a new one. In fact, I'd probably say 1.5 to 2 times the costs. So, yeah. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to completely mute the Yeti mic, the one I usually use for recording. And hopefully if everybody can still hear me, then that's definitively proved it's the webcam. If I've magically gone silent and you're just watching a pantomime, then something else has happened. So we'll see what everybody's saying in a second when the chat catches up. Yep, okay, so it's very definitely the microphone on the webcam. There we go. Okay, right, well, onwards and upwards. So what I'm going to experiment with this live stream is I'm going to, every time I answer a Patreon question, I'm going to pick a single question from the chat as well. So I saw one that was quite interesting. Oh yeah, there you go. Ninja Hippie Pirate says, your library is a personal goal of mine. How many books do you think there are? Well, I did an approximate count, and I think there's about 3,000 books in this room, because there's a lot more than what you see behind me. So you've got this bookshelf, which has, let me just double check. It's got, this is my US and German and Italian bookshelf. And then this bookshelf is more US ships and general ships and Russian ships. Then this bookshelf is the British bookshelf. Then the bookshelf, which you can't see just to my right, your left, is the general technical sources bookshelf. Then the next bookshelf is what I've termed my primary sources bookshelf. So that's original documentation, logbooks, and very old books, 19th century or earlier books. But mostly it's actual legitimate primary sources, which I probably should document at some point for everybody else, but there you go. Then beyond that is the French and Japanese shelf. And then beyond that is my Warship International Magazine Collection shelf and recently acquired books shelf, so books that I haven't read yet that need to be read and then filed into their respective shelves, as well as a ton of photos, although most of my photos are elsewhere. Then we've got the big TV screen and computer, which I'm looking at. Then over there, I've got my Age of Sail bookshelf, and the very lowest shelf in that bookshelf is also my big reference books, so, Doolin and Garsky's series, Conway's, etc., etc. And then over here, I have specifically an Armada bookshelf, a Trafalgar bookshelf, the Warship Journal, complete from Volume 1 all the way through to 2024. That takes up about a shelf and a half. And a couple more stacks of reference books, including an entire, that's like 28 book series on the American Civil War. And then there's a very small bookshelf, well, half-size bookshelf just here, which is the foreign languages bookshelf, which is books in foreign languages, so books in French, books in Spanish, books in German, etc., which I will sometimes reference if I need something very, very specific. And that's just the physical books here. There's a couple of other shelves with other books in another room, and there's all my digital library and all that. But yeah, anyway, back to the Patreon questions. Brian Smith asks, if the Imperial Japanese Navy decides to not wait to force a battle with the US Navy, what would the order of battle be for either a battle of the Gilberts or a battle of the Marshall Islands? Do you foresee any changes in the outcome for the Imperial Japanese Navy? Gilberts or Marshall Islands? So in theory, you're going to have Shikaku and Zuikaku. If you were going to take the later of the two and maybe absolutely rush things, you might just about scrape Taiho into service, although I would hazard a guess not rather than so. You have theoretically Hio and Junyo and a whole bunch of smaller carriers to play with, which, that doesn't add up to too much. But then again, the US at that point, you're still looking at a relatively minimal presence from the Essexes and the Independences. You will, of course, have Yamato, Musashi, and all the various other Japanese battleships and battlecruisers, except, of course, for Hiei and Kirishima. Could it change the outcome for the Imperial Japanese Navy? Well, in terms of their battle line versus the number of battleships the Americans have there, the Japanese, if they went full force, they might be able to actually have an overall superiority, but the US will have an overall superiority in aircraft. Now, if the Japanese do something sensible, like wait for the landings to start, which is can then fix the US Navy in place so they can't run too far from that, then it's possible they could pull it off. You know, if they get lucky, if they get their attack in first. Now, of course, it's not going to be a surprise attack because radar and so forth, and the Americans will anticipate them coming. But if they can get their aircraft off first, so their air groups at full strength tangle with the American Combat Air Patrol, maybe get a few hits in, etc., rather than them getting hit first, they might be able to draw the air battle out long enough to get their surface fleet in closer without being attacked by an American counterstruck. Of course, the Americans are going to focus firstly on taking out the carriers, which might then force a surface action. Of course, then the Americans will be backing up their battleships with strikes from their aircraft carriers. But of course, the flip side to all of that is that if the Japanese are planning such a move, then American intel is almost certainly going to know about it to some extent or another, which of course means the forces devoted to those campaigns will be somewhat more substantial, which changes the equation again. But there is a potential, although not very likely outcome, where the Japanese might be able to at least force a postponement or withdrawal of the landings. But as I said, because the Americans get a vote too, they can bring more ships in if necessary, or just not conduct the operation for a bit. Then that changes things as well. So yeah, it's probably one of the better Japanese chances. Essentially, if you want the Japanese to commit full force to something and have a chance of winning, they really need to commit in early to mid 43 before the Americans can substantially rebuild their carrier arm and before the entirety of the US fast battleship force enters service. Once you get beyond that, they're really, the Japanese are really in trouble. Right, so Anari and Alendi, thank you very much. But I didn't see you around. Sorry you can't stick around for too long. And the question from chat I'm going to take is, Jab Films asks, the Revenge-class battleships were designed to have a top speed of 23 knots, and instead it ended up having a speed of 21 knots. What went wrong there? Well, it's not so much what went wrong, it's just the way things changed up and around. So the Revenge class were originally, well, they were essentially a budget version of the Queen Elizabeth, more in line with the pre-existing British battle line. And part of that was reverting back to coal firing with oil assistance, the same that all 13.5-inch ships had. And they were designed under that paradigm, which would give them a top speed of 21 knots. They were then, at almost the last minute, switched over to full oil burning. And because of the higher energy density of oil, that put their speed up to 23 knots. But then subsequent additions and aging of their plants, because although they were kept, they weren't viewed as quite as powerful as the Queen Elizabeth, for good reason. That all meant that their speed dropped again relatively quickly, especially when it came to the addition of torpedo bulges for anti-torpedo defense, which obviously creates more drag. And thus, by the time you get to the early 1920s and they start having some fairly significant refits, then you're back down to around 21 knots, and then obviously by the time you get to World War II, the less said about their overall top speed, the better. So yeah. DM Phoenix asks, I recently saw an image of the Battleship of the Future from the 1940 issue of Popular Mechanics. Yeah, I'm just going to look up the picture link, but I'm pretty sure it's the one we're all thinking about, the one that's very 1930s streamlined. Okay, it was apparently not there. But yeah, it's the popular mechanic Streamlined battleships. He says, among its peculiarities are an enclosed and streamlined superstructure, as well as a lack of a funnel. The exhaust appears to be diverted out the rear through the anti-torpedo bulge. This anti-torpedo bulge also seems designed to deflect a torpedo up or down. I suspect this would not work in practice. I'd like to hear your evaluation of this design and whether or not it has any practical design benefits. Right, I'm just going to therefore pull up. Now, I think yeah, there it is. I think I have commented on this particular design in the past, but, you know, why not comment on it again? There we go, right. Okay, so, make sure the stream is still there. That was clever. Put you back in there. Move that over there. Right, okay, so yeah, as far as venting the exhaust out into the water, I'm not really sure that that's a brilliant idea. For one thing, you've got a relatively minimal draft for the funnels at that point, which could be a bit of a problem. But one of the other issues that really causes is that part of the benefit of a draft is that you have a continuing upward vortex of hot air. If you're directing this out and into bulges underwater, then you're going to end up, because it seems to be streaming right aft, you're going to end up with a section of the exhaust which is very cold, denser air, and then you've got hotter air coming in behind it, which is essentially reheating that air back and causing a bit of a backup. I suspect you might actually have significant problems getting enough pressure and enough airflow to actually vent through such a system, certainly compared to what would be ideal. So that could be a major problem. And as far as the torpedoes being deflected by this sort of vaguely cylindrical section, yeah, that's not going to happen. You know, the force of the impact of the torpedo is going to cause a detonation. Now, to be fair, the exhaust vent is a pretty large void, so as part of an impromptu torpedo defense system, that might help. But it's not particularly well thought out. But I mean, the whole thing is a little bit silly overall. I mean, for all the streamlining of those gun turrets, they can't actually turn. Certainly not at the radiuses they've been designed on. And what's going on with the amidships twin? I mean, this thing has, let me see, it's got, I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. It's got quadruple, triple, and twin turrets. So you've got 4, 8, 14, 15, 16, 17. You've got 18 main battery guns in 3 different types of turret, including a super firing set forwards. Yeah, the hangar and the aircraft launch rail is right underneath the amidships turret. It's a nice thing to look at. It is not a practical design in any way, shape, or form. Right, okay, so where were we? Okay, that's that one. So Ryan Frederick says, have you seen The King's Choice? And if so, how accurate do you rate the sinking of the Blucher as shown in that movie? I haven't seen The King's Choice as a whole. I've seen the clip where Blucher gets sunk, and that's fairly accurate to what happened in history. Having been to Oscarborg, it's very interesting. Actually, while I was there, I called up that clip from the movie and played it out, and you can tell they either filmed it on location or did an incredible CGI job, because if you, I mean, obviously I was there during the day, and the sinking is accurately set, well, is set in a darker period than bright sunlight, which is accurate. Perhaps not that dark, but there you go, because they were able to take photos and everything. But it is very funny how you could hold up your phone and, by walking around a bit, adjust yourself so you knew exactly where the camera was positioned. So yeah, for a film, it's, for a Hollywood style movie, it's a very, very good depiction of what went down. Robert Knapp asks, if the Soviets had somehow managed to finish 2 or 3 of the Sovietsky Soyuz class and the gifted Prince Eugen class, the former Lutzow, the original Lutzow before the Deutschland was renamed Lutzow, by the time the war broke out with Nazi Germany, what would the Germans' response have been? Would it have meant more Kriegsmarine capital ships needing to be in the Baltic? It feels like 2 Soyuzes, a couple of World War I era dreadnoughts, and some other ships might have changed the strategic assessment. Well, the first thing would have been the Luftwaffe would have gone after them in port, which is what they historically did to the Gangers that were floating around. So I deeply suspect the fate of an awful lot of the Soviet capital ships would have just been hit by the Luftwaffe in the opening weeks or months of Barbarossa. If there were 2 or 3 Soyuzes, I mean, it depends where they're completed, because remember the Soviets were trying to build them all over the place. If there's only 1 or 2 in the Baltic, they'll be priority targets for the Luftwaffe, and I don't think the Germans worry about them too much else, because what exactly are they going to do? I suppose that you could try and raid Swedish iron ore convoys or something like that, but that brings you well into range of German air cover, well out of range of Soviet air cover. And the Germans did warm up and exercise their capital ships in the Baltic, so at that point, I suppose you could argue, hang on, that camera's moved. You could argue at that point that perhaps Tirpitz would stay operational for a while. But yeah, I think it would be more the Luftwaffe would be the main enemy at that point rather than anything else. Yeah, but I don't think, to sort of answer the more general point, I don't think you would have seen a mass fleet shootout in the Baltic. The Germans certainly viewed the Royal Navy as much more of a threat, and between U-boats, Schnellboote, and the Luftwaffe, I think they would have much more easily contained the Soviets in the Baltic than seen a need to bring their battle fleet in. So, reading Railroad Fan, so a question from chat. Why did the Royal Navy want 2 16-inch gunships for the Washington Naval Treaty compared to more 15-inch gunships? Was the 16-inch gun that much better than the 15-inch, as it seems that F3 would have been the better choice? Objectively, looking at the situation now, yes, the F3 probably would have been the superior choice, but they didn't know that at the time. At the time, they were looking at the battle fleet still being relatively slow, so the extra speed of the F3 was less useful. They already had 3 fairly powerful battle cruisers, and ultimately, remember, with the Washington Naval Treaty, the US has no battle cruisers. The Japanese have the 4 Kongos, but Hood is easily superior to any Kongo, and you can argue either way with Renown and Repulse, but ultimately Renown and Repulse do have fractionally more protection and more powerful, if fewer guns, than a Kongo. So the British are probably looking at it from a perspective of, well, the Japanese have a smaller navy overall, and our battle cruisers can probably match theirs. The Americans don't have battle cruisers, therefore we probably don't need more battle cruisers. But if the Colorados have some pretty hefty guns and decent armor, The Nagatos have hefty guns and decent speed, if somewhat lighter armor. So if we can take the lessons that we've gotten from designing the N3s and the G3s and have even heftier, more well-armored 16-inch ships with 16-inch guns, then we have the most powerful battleships, and then that heads up our battle line, and that gives us an advantage, especially when you consider that they were only going to get 2 of them versus the fact the Americans were going to get 3 Colorados. And of course, the Americans also had some of their later period ships, and the Japanese as well, for that matter, things like the Isseis and the Tennessees, whereas the British, although the Queen Elizabeths and the Revengers were good, they were kind of a half a generation back design-wise. So, yeah, you can see it from that perspective when battleships are still king, because remember, although carriers exist, they are very much in their infancy. You can kind of understand at that point why, for a balance of prestige and strategic reasons, they went for a 16-inch battleship. Even though, in hindsight, yeah, the F3 or some derivative thereof probably would have been a better choice for World War II. Andre de Coult asks, Admiral Drac is in charge of planning for the Japanese Navy in 1944. You have all the knowledge, intel, and resources of the Japanese Navy. Your knowledge as a student of history up to that point in time, but no hindsight. You know the Allies will soon invade the Philippines, and your task is to stop them. In other words, plan Operation Sho-Go 1. Oh boy. What's your overall tactics, strategy, employment, etc.? Okay. I know they're going to... Okay, so they're going to soon invade the Philippines, so just hauling in ships wholesale for retrofits isn't going to happen. That's annoying. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find every single Akizuki class destroyer, those are the ones with the 100mm guns, that I can find. And I'm going to have center force, definitely. I'm also going to break out good old Shimakaze, but I'm going to put her in the southern force. And what I'm going to do is basically take all my older vessels, as far as possible, older cruisers, and as well as Shimakaze. And sure, fine, if he wants to die, Nishimura can go down there. So I'm going to pack the southern force with older, more disposable ships to act as a grand distraction, with Shimakaze actually being more important to me than Fuso and Yamashiro, because my plan is essentially to bull rush in the south with Shimakaze and a handful of other torpedo-armed craft in kind of, not a second line, but kind of a 1.5 line. The idea is the lead ships, including the battleships, take the worst of the damage, and while they're being shot at, well, I can now see muzzle flashes, so then, even though it might be their last act, the torpedo-armed craft led by Shimakaze just volley long lances off into the darkness and hope for the best. My carriers are... I'm actually going to send only some of my carriers with Ozawa's northern force. I'm going to take, for the purposes of speed, I'm going to leave Issei and Hyuga with the northern force, but I'm going to divert Zuikaku down to come with center force. And every single operational fighter that I have is going on Zuikaku. And admittedly, that's not a lot, but it's something. So the northern force will remain a distraction, but it's going to be a lot more of a kind, again, a bull rush distraction. So everybody is, you know, since this is going to be a suicide mission anyway, I'm going to invent the kamikaze war pretty much at the same time, but on a much grander scale. So all the remaining ships, in the aircraft in the northern force, are going to be kamikazes, with the exception of a handful of scout aircraft, and they're basically going to charge in, led by Issei and Hyuga, we're going to get scouts off as soon as humanly possible and make it very obvious that this force is coming from the north to distract Halsey. That should hopefully draw him off. And then my center force, which of course is going to be Yamato, Musashi, etc., 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 and I'm going to have Megami there as well. Basically, all my modern battleships and cruisers and the fast ships, they're all going to pile in the center with Zuikaku with her fighters. And the idea is hopefully Halsey will be distracted by the incoming northern force that's made itself a lot more obvious anyway. And then even if that doesn't work out and the Americans start volleying off attacks, basically the Battle of Sibian Sea again, I'll have at least some fighter cover. And they will be explicitly briefed that their primary purpose is to take out attack aircraft, primarily Avengers. Don't get tangled up with the fighters any more than is absolutely necessary. And just go for the Avengers to try and keep my center force in formation. If I do get attacked, I'm immediately turning around to give the impression that I'm retreating, even though I'm not. So basically playing to all possible strengths. So the Japanese will pull off their distraction, but kind of turned up to 11. Hopefully, as I said, Halsey will go off charging up north anyway. And that way, when I come smashing through the center, I'll have a stronger force, both because I've got more ships with me, and obviously the Akazukis will obviously give some decent AA cover. And as well as being a stronger force, I'm going to have some air cover, and, well, assuming Suikaku survives, which he might not. And then it is going to be pretty much a kamikaze mission. I'm essentially going to give orders, look, this is kind of a do or die. If we fail here, it doesn't really matter because we've already written off northern and southern forces, so we're going to be massively diminished, at which point just go for it. So the center force is then going to barrel through the San Bernardino Strait, the San Bernardino Strait, then head south. It's going to come across Taffy 3, but the Akazuki swarm will have specific orders to be leading the formation anyway, because obviously aircraft are going to come straight for me. So when they come across across Taffy 3, long-range battleship fire on the escort carrier is fine, but the Akazukis will be ahead both as a screen against the Taffy, both Taffy 3 and 2, etc., aircraft, but also they'll be the lead ships to run into Johnston and Hull, etc., coming the other way. So hopefully I'll be able to force my way past Taffy 3 and then just head straight for the landing beaches and and their orders basically be there, get there, and shoot as much stuff as humanly possible. Your only excuses for not shooting as much stuff as actively possible is either if you are destroyed or you run out of ammunition, and if you run out of ammunition you still have one piece of ammunition, which is your ship. So identify the single largest and most inviting target, whether that be a big troop ship, an ammunition ship, or even some of 7th Fleet's battleships if they're heading the other way, and ram. And as far as the Yamatos are concerned, once you're beginning to run a little bit short of ammunition or targets, just head for the beaches, find somewhere shallow and park yourself there and act as mobile fortresses, counter-attacking the American landings from the sea, because you can't be sunk at that point, and you might as well. Yes, I'm basically throwing the entire combat strength of the Japanese Navy away in one go, but they don't really have much of a future past this battle anyway. So might as well go out on a high, if you like, doing as much damage as humanly possible. Okay. Spowgate 10. I'm actually answering that question in a Drydock pretty soon. I think possibly this Sunday, so I'm going to leave that. Joe Buetner, could the Romans have constructed non-explosive ramming torpedoes with flywheel or compressed gas propulsion? And if not, what's the first culture that could? I mean, in theory, they could construct some form of sealed underwater projectile. I don't think it would have had the mass or the speed to do anything particularly useful as a ramming weapon. In terms of who could construct the first meaningful torpedo, well, there is some indication of clockwork torpedoes in the very earliest part of the Age of Sail, going Tudor period we're talking about. But at that point they have explosives. So there's that, I guess. But yeah, if you're looking at a non-explosive, you're pretty much looking at around the same time actual torpedoes are invented, because fundamentally flywheel or compressed gas propellant, wherever they happen to be, you're just not going to get a torpedo moving fast enough and using those kinds of propulsion systems pre-late 19th century to get the momentum up to do any kind of significant damage just from a ram versus a ship that masses so much more than it does. So yeah, you couldn't. Anyone from the Romans onward could, in theory, have someone very bright and intelligent make a flywheel-powered ramming torpedo. It's just not going to do anything other than, bounce slightly. So Stafford Magnus asks, good day, Drac. Hypohysterical History, well, that's a name, recently did an excellent two-part series on the Falklands War, as part of which he covered the attacks by the Argentine Air Force on the British naval forces with Exocet missiles and various bombs. If Vanguard had been retained and had been attacked by these weapons, how would she fare if hit by a single or multiple Exocets or 1,000-pound bombs, assuming the Argentines had managed to get the fuses to work properly? Okay, now bearing in mind, obviously, Cold War, not my area of speciality, but as far as I'm aware, the Argentinians were using bombs that had some kind of braking mechanism to ensure that they didn't hit and detonate while the A4 was still, right over the target and get destroyed itself. So that's going to reduce their impact a little bit. And they're also dropping them at extremely low level. So you're talking about an impact that is coming in a relatively steep angle. Now, I don't know the exact armor-piercing capabilities of those bombs, but considering that Vanguard was designed in an environment where 1,000-pound bombs being dropped from high altitudes and by dive bombers was definitely a thing, I would suspect that those 1,000-pound bombs, unless they have some kind of radically improved armor-piercing capability, at that kind of angle might be rejected by the armoured deck if it hit amidships. And similarly with the Exocets, from what I've seen, or what I remember of seeing pictures of the British ships that were hit by Exocets, they weren't the kind of more modern anti-shipping cruise missiles which do have all pop-up manoeuvres and everything. They just go wee bang straight into the side. At which point, depending on what height they hit, if an Exocet slams into the belt armour, I'm pretty sure the belt armour will do a good number at rejecting the thing and not sustaining a huge amount of damage. If they hit above the belt armour, well, I mean, rocket fuel fires are not nice, so it would certainly do damage, but at the same time, it's localized fire and explosion above the citadel, which is kind of what the ship's designed to deal with. So my very limited knowledge opinion relative to pre-1950 stuff, I would suggest that Vanguard, as well as just by sheer mass, would probably stand up relatively well to those kind of hits. Although, as I said, absolutely, I don't know what the exact penetrative capabilities of a 1980s 1,000-pounder are. So if you happen to know and it's different to my assumptions there, then great, let me know. But I also suspect that the Argentinians would have had far less of a chance to engage Vanguard, because if Vanguard was still around, even if she didn't have the sextuple Bovers mounts, which would have made a right mess of Skyhawks, then if she had been around, she probably would have been refitted, probably the 5.25 inches ditched for 3-inch 50 automatic twins. And yeah, that would have absolutely shredded incoming air attacks. Terry Down, the procedure today, I'm trying a new procedure where I answer alternately one question from Patreon, one question from the chat, one question from Patreon, one question from chat. And then when we get to the super chats, we'll continue with that vein. Right, so question from chat, Grim Harbinger. How have you found working on Task Force Admirals? I noticed your legendary name in the credits of the demo. That's been quite a nice experience. The guys who are the developers for Task Force Admiral, and once this stream is over, I'll be releasing a little community post with a short video about Task Force Admiral. They've been really good to work with. They've been pretty understanding. When I've said, look, what exactly do you want me to do? They've given me a list of what they want to do. And of course, I'm contributing along with a couple of other people, including, of course, Chris from Military Aviation History. I'm essentially contributing to the nice, if you like, lore book that you get with the instruction manual with the game. So very much in the vein of the old school, 90s era games where, yes, you got a rule book, but the rule, or the instruction manual, if you like, but it would contain almost a small book in and of itself containing, if it was a fantasy game, either the lore of the world, or if it was a historical game, an actual historical account. I mean, one of the things I find really interesting is, if you remember the old Lucasfilm game, the Battle of Britain, and that's going way back. But actually, the instruction manual for that game was one of my favourite history books when I was a little kid. I think I've still got it somewhere, because it was actually a fairly substantial but easily understandable tome on the Battle of Britain, with a kind of a day-by-day and pilots' experiences and everything. It's really weird. It's kind of like how I keep pointing out that depictions of naval history and ships in films where it's kind of an incidental part of the overall plot, weirdly enough, tend to very often do a lot better a job than films that are supposed to be, actually based on history. And likewise, that book, little instruction manual, and a number of other instruction manuals from other historical games of the period actually tended to do a better job of conveying accurate history than some ostensibly historical books of the time. And that's basically, as far as my involvement with Task Force Admiral is concerned, that's what I'm trying to replicate with a little, well, I say little, pretty substantial summation of naval history, with a specific aim of obviously looking at the US-Japanese rivalry and how it ended up to the point that you get in that particular game. But yeah, when I released that little community post, if you keep watching to the end, you'll see a very funny game that I actually accidentally created during my first run through of the demo. Right, so Whiskey Delta Golf, back to Patreon. Shear and Hipper keep rolling natural 20s. The operation that led to Jutland comes off perfectly, and every capital ship in BT's fleet, including 5th Battle Squadron, okay, so we're talking about the run to the south, is sunk somehow. The U-boats are still on station and put down all 3 ships of 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron as the Grand Fleet rushes to save or avenge them, forcing Jellicoe to break off pursuit, and the Germans return to port with light damage and no capital ships lost. What comes next? How does the Royal Navy cope without an effective scouting force, and how long does it take them to recover? What can the High Seas Fleet realistically achieve while the Royal Navy is licking its wounds? Now, that's an absolute disaster for the Royal Navy. Now, In terms of battle cruisers, you've got Australia, which wasn't present, so that can come online pretty much immediately, which is what happened historically. You've got Renown and Repulse already well under construction, so there's not really a huge amount else that you can do at the time. I mean, Courageous and Glorious are under construction, but just no, we're not putting them in the battle cruiser fleet if we've got anything sane to say about it. Hood's under construction. Obviously, the Admiral class are under construction. You would 99% see the Admiral class as well as Renown and Repulse absolutely accelerated, or maximum priority put onto them to get them into service ASAP. I suspect probably clones of Renown and Repulse with updated armour would probably also be laid down immediately to rush out. So the Royal Navy could rebuild its battlecruiser force to a certain extent over the next few years up until the end of World War One, but they are going to be very much on the back foot for the rest of the war from a scouting perspective. They still do have a very large number of scouts in terms, they've got a significant superiority in general cruisers, but they are then going to be in this weird position of having a much wider and larger fleet screen, but with the German capability to punch through it pretty much whenever they like. They could adapt their tactics, I suppose, to allow the Germans to do so, which is going to give them an advantage, but then not necessarily envelop the first scouting group, but continue to scout for the German fleet with the cruiser squadrons that are further away from wherever first scouting group are, which might give them some scouting ability back. You probably also see much more of an emphasis on the proto-carriers, the seaplane carriers and so forth, because that's a scouting force that the first scouting group can't really do a huge amount about. In terms of battle line strength, though, the Grand Fleet is still superior to the High Seas Fleet in terms of overall gunpowder, and you do have the Revengers coming online, and Queen Elizabeth herself survives because she's not there. So, yeah, you end up with this slightly weird situation where the Grand Fleet is still the stronger fleet, but has limited vision, whereas the High Seas Fleet will now have a superior overall scouting force, but still have a relatively limited capability to exploit that. So I think, outside of obviously the Battle of Jutland going down as a absolutely colossally terrible Royal Navy defeat, it's probably actually still not going to change a huge amount in the latter part of the First World War, because the Grand Fleet is still there stopping the High Seas Fleet from getting out and doing anything. And ultimately, until they deal with it, there's not a lot the High Seas Fleet can do else, other than perhaps commit a few more ships to Operation Albion and going after the Russians, but that's not really a war-changing situation. I know it sounds really weird, but ultimately you absolutely need to deal a death blow to the Grand Fleet, less so the battle cruisers, because the battle cruisers, given the sheer strength of the Grand Fleet, especially by 1916, 1917, are more of not so much a nice to have. They are very important, but they are not. The loss of the battle cruisers is much less critical than if, say, instead of losing all the battle cruisers, you lost their equivalent in battleships, but the battle cruisers are still around. That would be a much, much more decisive problem for the Grand Fleet. And of course, when the Americans join the war, they'll be invited to send more than one battle division. So Will Pat, this is a question from chat, saying, how do you deal with something when someone you respect says something you know is incorrect about naval history, perhaps during a collab? I think it depends on what exactly is said and what the nature of the collab is. So, if I'm doing a collab for a third party, let's say, and so I'm perhaps a guest on somebody else's channel, and they say something I don't think is correct, or even if I'm interviewing someone and they say something I don't necessarily think is correct, if what they're saying is what I would class as a difference of opinion or a difference in interpretation of sources, I would just leave it, because they're putting their view forward. I might in some way insert my counter view politely into the subsequent conversation, but I'm not going to just stand there and flat out contradict them. Oh no, you're wrong. And actually, this is another thing which I want to do a video on at some point, once I can come up with a way of expressing it properly, about what I would say are kind of, roughly speaking, 3 degrees of quote unquote incorrectness, and how you should approach that generally in things. Because, and I'm going to put this very succinctly, hopefully, which is, and these are kind of also the second part of the answer to your question. If you can have a disagreement on the interpretation of something, so there is a, the sources say this, but we're then interpreting or moving beyond strictly what is said in the source, and we're saying, right, based on this, I think therefore this. So, based on this, I think the motivation of this person was this, or based on this, I think the problem was this, or whatever. So you're taking information and you're making your own interpretation, which is beyond strictly what the facts are. Interpretation of sources like that, it's obviously going to vary all the time between people. What chance do you think this ship has versus this ship? Some people might think 60-40 one way, some people might think 40-60 the other way, some might think 50-50. That kind of stuff is perfectly valid. That's almost like a personal opinion, really. So outside of a friendly discussion, there's not really much point in challenging someone on that, unless there's a specific larger benefit to be gained. And really turning around and saying, oh, someone is wrong when they're expressing that kind of opinion, you're actually wrong for saying that, because they're not necessarily factually wrong. They've just come to a different conclusion than you. You are not God. Therefore, you cannot be objectively correct all the time. And at the other extreme, you have actual factual errors. If someone says the Yamato has 16-inch guns instead of 18-inch guns, or they say the Bismarck could do 35 knots or something that is objectively provably wrong, hard paper copy fast, that is where you potentially have to speak up. Although, again, it does depend on exactly what the context is, because if someone is promoting something on the basis of what they have just said that is absolutely factually wrong, so they're saying, right, this is the case, and therefore because of this other thing. So, I don't know, if somebody said the Kongos are battleships because they were armoured like battleships, for example. Asserting that the Kongos are fast battleships, I don't think is a correct statement to make. I think they're still battle cruisers. Other people maintain differently for various reasons. I mean, I've discussed that whole thing in a separate video. That bit's not the problem. But where they are asserting that they are battleships because they are armoured like battleships, that is the wrong thing, because they're not armoured like battleships. They are still armoured like battle cruisers. And, I mean, unless you're referring to, 1896 pattern pre-dreadnoughts, I guess then technically they might be armoured like battleships. And so then I think it would be a case of challenging that and saying, I'm sorry, no, the Kongos are not armoured like battleships. That is not the case. So you have to stop that level of misunderstanding. If they still want to say they're fast battleships after that, that's fine. But saying they're fast battleships purely on that incorrect factual assertion is not fine. And then somewhere in the middle of all that, there would be, rather than interpretations based on a source, you have a kind of a middle ground of interpretations of what a source is saying. And you see, this is why I need a little bit more work to finesse this into a video, because a source factually and objectively may say something, on paper, you know. But if two parties might look at that same source and they both accept that that source says what it says, but how useful or what they then think that means might differ. And this is the sort of the biggest grey area. So what's a good example of that? Let's say the range on a U-boat. I think that's probably a good one. So objectively on paper, let's say a Type 9D2 U-boat has an absurdly long range. Okay, great. Both parties are agreeing on this. So there is no error of fact, which, you know, the one that really has to be challenged. But then both are looking at that and going, one person might go, well, clearly this means that the Type 9D2 is best suited for long distance operations in the Caribbean or the Indian Ocean or somewhere like that, and that must therefore be what they are designed for. But someone else might look at that and go, well, actually, this means that a 9D2 could perhaps operate much closer in, say, the mid-Atlantic air gap, and their extremely significant fuel capacity means that they can, instead of going really, really far and having a standard patrol, they can go closer and they can do a very extended patrol pretty much until they run out of torpedoes, and then come back very comfortably, taking all the necessary evasive actions that they need. And then say, oh, clearly, therefore, the Type 9D2 was designed for that. Now, in that case, neither person is disputing the factual range of the U-boat. What they're doing is then going, okay, well, I think that this is showing a design for this, or this is showing a design for that. Now, there is going to be an objective answer. Okay, there is going to be, what do the Germans actually design the Type 9D2 for? But that requires looking at additional sources beyond just the straight up range to clarify what their purpose is. And based on what access you have to which sources, in addition to that first one, is going to affect both, one, you know, which of those two options you might think is correct, and B, which of those is actually objectively true. And so that is not necessarily an error, because you might need to develop the idea further. Whereas the first type I suggested, where it's a complete interpretation, where it's more of a, I guess the difference would be the first one, the one where I said I wouldn't really argue with someone, it's where it's a subjective interpretation where you could have more than one correct answer. And then in the middle you have interpretation where there is an objective answer, but one that requires perhaps further research or further knowledge, which it may reasonably be concluded the other person doesn't have, or maybe even you don't have, and therefore you're making your assertion based on a limited but good faith amount of knowledge, and then you have sheer factual errors. And those would definitely need to be challenged. But even then, you know, if someone makes an absolute error of fact, I think it depends on the severity of it. You know, small things that don't really affect the overall flow or point of the conversation, you let it go. If you're talking with a peer, you have to acknowledge everybody makes mistakes, and ultimately, unless it's leading to further erroneous conclusions, life is far too busy to worry about to be nitpicking over everything, unless of course you happen to be on the internet in certain parts of it, in which case you can rivet count to your heart's content. If it makes you happy, it makes you happy. Good luck with that. Now, I'm not saying that rivet counters aren't completely irrelevant, you know, so their knowledge is very, very useful, but sometimes they do get a little bit obsessed about things beyond what's reasonable. Now, popping back to the Patreon section, and sorry for that little bit of a ramble, Loz Spencer asks, during early development of missile rocket technology, it was decided that the weapons were dishonourable, so this is an alternate history, and a treaty would be signed outlawing their use, similar to chemical and biological weapons. Use is limited to civilian or indirect military applications like space race or satellites. Offensive weapons like drones, anti-aircraft missiles, anti-shipping missiles, bombs, and ICBMs is prohibited. What impact might this treaty have on naval combat? Could this extend the life of big gun vessels into the modern era, and might carriers and their air groups become less effective as anti-aircraft technology advances and they cannot launch long-range missiles? Now, again, this is verging into Cold War territory, so, again, limited knowledge, spoiler alert. But there are other things you could do, like glide bombing or toss bombing. So obviously glide bombing is fairly obvious, aerodynamic, potentially even winged bomb to extend the range of your guided weapon. A bit like the BAT bomb, not the bat bomb as in the one with the little flying mammals in it, but the BAT guided missile. Technically a missile? Really? Because it's theoretically something like this doesn't outlaw something like the Fritz X either. So that would be one way of doing it. And then, of course, you have, as jets come along, toss bombing, which is where you fly at a very low level, you have your bomb underneath, and then the aircraft pulls up and essentially throws the bomb in a big ballistic arc to extend its range. So those would still be available as ways of extending the range of weapons. But fundamentally, a treaty like this would limit aircraft-based weapons to bombs of various descriptions, which in theory means that most launch platforms would still have to get within the range of some kind of anti-aircraft defense, which might extend the life of the battleship because it allows the battleship to still defend itself against incoming air attack to a certain point. Now, I mean, ultimately, this might end up with, bombers traveling at 50, 60,000 feet, dropping radio or TV or infrared guided tall boys on things, at which point the battleship is pretty much stuffed. Because at that point, your combat air patrol is likely to be the only thing that's going to help you for quite a while in the Cold War. But yes, without access to missile tech, battleships or something similar to them, perhaps that anti-aircraft conversion with 8-inch guns that the Americans were planning for Kentucky at one point, they might very well become the thing for quite a while, maybe into the mid-50s or something like that. Mike Lieber, oh no, hang on. Question from chat as well. Random Space Junk asks, how do they figure the time frame for casualties in a battle when they say out of a crew of 1,565, 865 went into the water, and then after sharks and so forth, only 165 were rescued? How do they get that 865 number? So I mean, a lot of it depends. Usually, in the event of a non-catastrophic abandoning of ship, i.e. something that's going on in a relative degree of order, you will be able to do a head count, because apart from anything, unless it's, the ship sinking in the next 2 minutes, everyone over the side right this instant, you usually want to ideally know that everybody's gotten off the ship, and if not, who didn't. So it'll be things like section heads and so forth going, okay, right, well, my section has 35 men. I know 3 of them were killed the impact of the torpedo. 2, unfortunately, got locked behind a bulkhead as we had to seal it to stop the flooding. And I have a 30-man head count, and that's it. And then multiply that by the various team leaders and section heads, whatever, and you'll get a reasonable count of how many people have made it off the ship. And then, of course, you compare that to how many people are rescued, and one minus the other gives you how many died in the water. But obviously, that's not always going to be possible. So sometimes it'll be a guesstimate based on roughly how many people think got into the water. But in the event that a ship is sinking, but sinking gradually, there will usually be some systemized, organized head count. Carl von Gusenberg, yes, the audio is a tad low because I don't know what exactly is going on. Right at the beginning, we were getting a double echo. I then completely turned off my actual recording microphone, and you're still getting audio. So I suspect that my camera, my webcam, is actually picking up the audio, but I don't know how to turn that off. I know it sounds a bit weird, but I'm looking at the camera controls, and I can't see any way of turning it off. Unless... well, I could be about to completely stuff everything up. So here goes nothing. Okay, can anybody hear me? And if so, is there an echo? I'm just gonna wait to see what people say. Yep, Alt 92. I literally remembered I could go into the Windows sound devices menu and disable it. So I've manually disabled the okay, there you go. Yes, so I've manually disabled the camera microphone and then re-enabled my normal recording microphone. That seems to solve them, which means I was right. It was the camera microphone for some reason, but there you go. Cool. Right, there we go. Okay, so where were we? That means the camera, that's back in play. Okay, let's move that over there. Right, so Patreon question, I think. Mike Lima, 777, asks, in 1936, the British suddenly have the incomplete hull of what would be an Iowa-class battleship, the Illinois and then Kentucky appear. Would they have completed them as battleships or converted them into carriers? And what type of armaments might they try and fit on the hulls? Would they look particularly good with a Queen Anne Mansion superstructure? Oh, now there's an incendiary question. Would they look good with a Queen Anne Man superstructure? I'm trying to imagine that. I'm going to say a qualified yes, because there are different types of Queen Anne Mansion superstructure. You've got the one on Renown, you've got the one on Warspite, the one on the Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, the one on Rodney, and of course the one on King George V. Some of those might work with an Iowa hull. Others definitely wouldn't. Just going to have a quick drink. Now, if they're getting the incomplete hulls of Illinois and Kentucky in 36, they are absolutely going to finish those as battleships. Firstly, because it's going to be slightly quicker. It's going to be fairly obvious from the barbettes that they're supposed to be there. Secondly, as will actually be explained to a certain extent in Friday's video on the Forster raid and the background to that, there's a desperate need for fast capital ships. So you've got the hulls and the machinery, so that's a huge amount off your mind. They're really nice and big. The only question is going to be, what exactly are you going to put on them? Because if you could complete them, I mean, they'd be a little bit underarmed for their size, but you could complete them just with quadruple 14-inch turrets. That would be a reasonably close fit. But as I say, 12, 14-inch guns on an Iowa hull, maybe a little bit underarmed. You do have 15-inch guns and turrets in storage, but yeah, putting 3 twin 15s on is going to look comically tiny. I suppose, but the problem is, if you try and do anything else, you are extending the completion time. Because, for example, you could go, okay, well, we've got the incomplete turrets, well, the complete turret sets from Courageous and Glorious, etc., and we know how to build quadruple turrets, so you could perhaps go, right, we'll build a quadruple turret for a 30-degree elevation supercharged 15-inch 42, and then take your existing 15-inch guns and stick them in a new turret, which would give you a ship armed with 12 15-inch guns, which might not be a bad shout, to be fair. Personally, I think that will be the best way to go. But at the same time, considering that in 36, some provisional thoughts are already being thought for the Lion class, they might also decide to accelerate 16-inch and just, actually put triple 16, although they may be triple 16 45s, on once they finish them for the Lions. But, historically, there is going to be a bit of a delay with there. So, yeah, my personal suspicion is it's going to come down between either using the existing 15-inch gun stockpile and fabricating a new turret for them to fit the barbette diameter, so probably a triple 15, maybe a quad 15, but I'm not sure how well that would fit. I'd have to check barbette diameters, or just sticking quad 14s on. The problem, Agenda 47, using the Rodney turrets, is Rodney and Nelson are still very useful capital ships. I could see them maybe decommissioning a couple of the Revenges early to free up some more guns, but I don't think they'd take Rodney and Nelson out of service right then. Right, where are we going to go for our Patreon question? Sorry, our live chat question. There's a lot of very interesting discussion happening, but Job for a Cowboy asked, do you know anything about the Second Battle of Svensksund, the largest battle ever fought in the Baltic Sea? If that's one of the battles between the Swedes and the Russians, I have a whole, well, I say stack, about 4 nice big chunky books that I picked up from my trip in Scandinavia, all to do with the Swedish Navy, which have it in detail. And I did look at the various dioramas that got of battles over in Karlskrona as well. So if it's the one I'm thinking about, I know something, but I wouldn't necessarily say I know super detailed amount until I've read those books. And yes, that does mean I'm going to have to work out how to translate Swedish. Right, so Patreon question. Molly Madison asks, could you spend a few moments speculating on the likely impact of the Pacific War if the US Navy's HVAR, high-velocity aircraft rocket, was a mature and deployed weapon system by January 1942 instead of its historical deployment in June 1944? How useful could the HVAR have been in the fighting around Guadalcanal, especially in the hands of night-flying Avengers and Catalinas, toting a massive broadside under their wings, specifically the type with a 5-inch shell paired with a 5-inch rocket motor, as opposed to the 3.5-inch rocket motor introduced earlier? And separately, have you considered creating a closed Facebook group for Patreons to share photos or videos we find online and fit within the channel's parameter? I haven't actually considered creating a closed Facebook group for patrons and people and subscribers to join, I might consider that. The thing is, on the one hand, there's a lot of naval history groups on Facebook. On the other hand, a lot of them are not so good. There are a few good ones, don't get me wrong. The Clydebank Battle Cruisers page and most of the time the Navy General Board are quite good. But there are others where you get kind of cults of personality going on, despite the fact that the people involved rather clearly don't understand anything close to as much as they think they do. Just look at what happens anytime you post a picture of Hood or Bismarck in half of them. Yeah. But there you go. The main thing would also be moderating the blasted thing. So, and there's also privacy issues, because on Patreon you can choose how you want to be identified. On Facebook, that's a somewhat more difficult thing. But in any case, the HVAR question, how useful would they have been? I mean, HVAR is a pretty useful set of rocketry. How much could be carried by the average 1942 aircraft as opposed to the generally much more capable 1944 aircraft is another matter. While Catalina's toting HVAR is quite amusing to think of, I wouldn't necessarily rate the survival rate of Catalinas trying to fly down and attack the 42 Japanese Navy as a particularly high chance. And then there's a question like, how many HVAR can a Wildcat actually carry usefully? Yeah. I mean, yeah, objectively they would be very useful for things, you know, like the Guadalcanal engagements and so forth. I'm just not sure how useful, because of course you are having to sacrifice carrying, if you're an Avenger, something like a torpedo. I think it would depend largely on, you know, what can the 1942 fighters carry in terms of HVARs. That would probably be the critical point of whether they become really, really useful or just a nice other weapon to have in your arsenal. Frank Damaris asks, is there any data on the 6-inch or 150mm guns at the Oscarborg Fortress in 1940? I've seen a source that said 1899 Armstrong guns. Yes, well, when I get to doing my video on Oscarborg, then you will see exactly those guns. And yes, they are 19th century Armstrong guns. There's a little battery of them. So if you vaguely visualize Oscarborg and looking out towards the sea, you have the 11-inch guns. Then the Armstrong battery is off to the left. So basically looking directly over the channel that Blücher and Lutzow and co were trying to go down. There were more modern 6-inch guns in some of the shore batteries nearby, just on the other side of the channel, but those were the ones on Oscarborg itself were the Armstrong weapons. There's an interesting set of displays of weapons at Oscarborg. There's obviously the 11-inch Krupp guns, they're the big attraction. There's various older Armstrong guns, as I said, off to the left relative to looking down and out towards the sea. There's the torpedo battery. There's a few other guns lower down, basically underneath the parapet where the 11-inch guns are. And then there's a whole slew of other random guns that they've kind of collected for display on what will be the right-hand side of the fortress, again looking out to sea. Those, because of time constraints, I didn't actually get to see at the time when we were on Oscarborg, which is slightly annoying because there's actually a double casement 150mm gun. Yes, one's from Graff Zeppelin, or at least one that was assigned to Graff Zeppelin. It's basically a whole slew of random guns that the Norwegians have for various reasons that they've put there, which is just another reason to go back to Oscarborg, to be honest. Jazzhound, yes, absolutely. Please drop me an email and we can look at that further. Yeah, when I do the Oscarborg video, you're really going to love that torpedo battery. Christopher Villenfort asks, okay, this is a long one. I'm going to quickly summarize it. So, if Sweden and Norway do not dissolve their union totally in 1905, but create a looser federation, a Calmar Union, perhaps, and Denmark doesn't sell off the Danish West Indies in 1917, and then Denmark, Finland, and the Baltic states are invited to a Calmar Federation, and this federation takes over all existing fleets of the various nations, and it's now 1921. You're placed in charge of the Calmar Navy. Your task is to modernize the fleet and support the political aims of the Federation, to protect Baltic trade and prevent naval invasions, project power in the Baltic and the North Sea, maybe entice Poland to join. I mean, you put Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in the same union. That's enough of a boiling point without adding Poland, and protect the colonies. Assume the Federation is on good terms with the US, UK, and the Low Countries, but they don't like the Germans and the Soviet Union. The budget is about 10% larger than the real life combined due to better economic integration. What would your build be? Oh, flip. Okay. So with the best will in the world, Norge, Eidsvoll, Divinemonen, Ilmarinen, etc., they're not long for this world. The Sveriges I would probably keep around as a core of my Baltic defence forces. Most of the old destroyers and torpedo boats are going by the wayside as well. I think at that point I would probably invest in, I'm going to say the fleet would need to be made up of 3 squadrons. So 2 squadrons would be coastal defense squadrons. So they're going to be destroyers along the lines of maybe the roughly 1,200 ton types that you are going to see the Swedes building in the interwar period. So they're large coastal defense destroyers, and you're going to have coastal defense ships. You've got the Sveriges already, but we're also going to build a number of coastal defense submarines. And those 2 squadrons, so I might look at maybe another generation of coastal defense heavy ships, so Sverige Mark II or something. And the idea would be that you would have one of these coastal defense squadrons based in the Baltic, and it would be tasked with the defense of Finland, the Baltic state, the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Sweden. And the second squadron would be based on basically a North Sea squadron, which would be protecting Norway and Denmark, with the obvious confluence being where Denmark and Sweden are nice and close to each other. And I would probably have the Baltic squadron more heavily equipped with destroyers and coastal defense ships, and the North Sea squadron trending perhaps more towards more submarine heavy and small fast torpedo boat heavy section, which might sound contradictory because the North Sea is of course the bigger environment, but you have a very, 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 very long stretch of Norwegian coastline, whereas in the Baltic you've got lots of islands and archipelagos and everything to go dancing around, so having bigger ships that can dance in and out and launch torpedoes there makes more sense. For the Norwegian coastline, you really are looking at point defence of very, very narrow fjords for the most part, at which point essentially MTB, PT boat, Schnellboote equivalent, plus submarines, plus a handful of destroyers and other surface ships to back them up, makes more sense to me. And then the third squadron would be notionally based in the Baltic, probably in southern Sweden or eastern Denmark, and that squadron would have a core of, if you like, full-sized warships, so probably heavy cruisers or something like that, with some full-sized fleet destroyers, and their main point would be to strengthen whichever theatre, North Sea or Baltic, needs more defence at the time, depending on who's threatening them, and also because they're full size, the cruisers then also would act as your long distance colony protection force if necessary. I wouldn't really look at giving them any carriers or anything because, apart from the colony protection mission, you are going to really be in range of your own air forces to give you cover. So I would establish like a Calmar equivalent of Coastal Command, so they have direct control over support aircraft, but I'd rather invest the money in ships and subs when I can have coastal aircraft. And to be honest, if I'm over in the West Indies or whatever, defending colonies, I'm either fighting for some random reason America, at which point having a small carrier is not going to help me, or I'm fighting more likely Germany, and Germany, as far as I know, in the sort of 20s and 30s, it doesn't have any aircraft carriers, so my lack of carriers isn't going to hurt me. But yeah, that would be my idea. Right, back to the chat. Hello, Dr. Clark. DKS asks, how did the armour penetration of the King George V's 14-inch guns compare to other treaty battleships? It was all right. It wasn't anything spectacular to write home about particularly, but, as I've mentioned in a few other Drydocks, you do have to be a little bit careful evaluating results, because how people test or calculate armor penetration and how it performs against different people's armor, depending on material quality, face thickness, etc., there is a lot of variation. Now, objectively, the Littorio's ridiculous warp speed 15-inch cannon and the Bismarck's slightly less ridiculously high speed 15-inch guns, they're bigger, high velocity guns. They are obviously going to have more penetration, at least on paper, but they also have their own issues. The Germans have an unusually high rate of duds. The Littorios generally can't hit the broadside of a barn from inside the barn. The KGVs at least will hit you, even if their shells don't necessarily carry the same amount of penetration. But again, how much penetration do you need? The capability to penetrate 22 inches of armor at 18,000 yards is probably irrelevant when nobody on the planet has the 22 inches of armor. But, at the kind of ranges where they're expecting to fight, the KGV's gun penetration is fine. Now, admittedly, if you were fighting some of the more heavily protected treaty ships out at 25,000 yards or so, you might begin to struggle penetrating the protection, as I said, of some of the better protected treaty-era battleships. But then you have to evaluate how likely are you to actually hit anything at those ranges. You would get a few hits, but 14-inch shell is just as capable of taking out somebody's bridge or somebody's funnel or crippling secondary batteries or putting holes in people's bows as any other shell, and possibly actually do quite a bit more damage thanks to the higher bursting charge. The number of times a particularly long-range hit has also gone through a belt, yeah, that's a lot rarer. So yeah, on paper, it's not the best. Practically, it's enough to do the job. Now, of course, there is a big caveat on that, which is that we are talking about an environment where outside of the Iowas and the Yamatos, no one ever really completed a true post-treaty battleship. If we'd gotten the scenario that everybody seemed to have been expecting, which was a war in 1942, and you start to get more post-treaty capital ships around, so H-39s and the Lions and so on and so forth, more Yamatos, then the armor penetration of the 14-inch gun might start to look a little bit more questionable. King Brock asks, how well do the ship and tactics of the Fire Nation Navy fit in the setting of Avatar: The Last Airbender? I noticed in the Netflix adaptation the ships have an outward flared bow, and just before the superstructure it flares inward to allow easier boat handling. Is there any historical basis for that? I'm going to have to look up because I'm only really familiar with the anime version of the ships. Right, so... oh dear Lord. Right, I mean... you know, this is going to sound a little bit weird. In general, the generic anime Fire Nation ships are actually slightly better designed than the live action ones. Yeah, when the anime version is the saner version. Mostly because that ridiculous bow is not quite so present in the anime thing. I mean, they got a much more upturned bow, but the thing is, the anime version, the upturned bow is not that far off of some of the more ambitious bowsprits that you get on wooden ships. So although it's a bit of an unnecessary dead weight, it is a lot more forgivable. Whereas, yeah, yeah, the film version. I'm just going through some pictures. I mean, it's a slightly weird thing, isn't it? It's basically a tumble home oil tanker with a big pointy bow. Yes. Yeah, there's not any historical basis for that particular ship layout. There's historical basis for what are essentially cargo ships, because let's face it, on the Fire Nation ships, most of the weaponry are the firebenders. So that there is sort of tumble home or whaleback freighters. There are ships with high bowsprits. There are ships made of iron. There are not any historical tumble home freighters with large bowsprits made of iron. That combination is unique. But then again, this is a world without firearms, but with people who are essentially, to some degree or other, walking firearms. So it's not the worst thought out thing. I mean, if I was designing, and I suppose the other, with that very high bow, if I was trying to come up with an excuse for it outside of artistic license, you could, I suppose, make the excuse that a very high flared pointy bow with a sort of a triangular profile to it would mean if you were attacking Earth Nation fortifications and they're chucking rocks at you, that might act as kind of a deflection device to protect the people on deck from bigger and heavier boulders. And similarly, if you're going after the water tribe and you get big waves and columns of water thrown at you, again, it's kind of like a breaker for that to preserve your firebenders on deck. It's not going to help you all that much against airbenders, but precious little is in terms of ship design. But there could be some degree of justification for that. I mean, if it was me designing the Fire Nation ship and I was going to take what they've got there as a basis, I might personally actually fully embrace the whaleback, tumble home design, and just have little cupolas for my firebenders, and everything else is just covered. So essentially, not making it a semi-submersible or a submersible, but making it able to be submerged, because then if you've got complete whaleback, that's going to help deflect Earth Nation boulders, and if you get hit by a massive wave sent in by Water Tribe waterbenders, well, if you have the theoretical capability to be semi-submerged and little cupolas with your firebenders on, those can be closed down very quickly. That will probably help keep you afloat a lot more, whereas the way they are designed at the current point, you could have boulders theoretically come down through your deck and you could be just rolled over. Where have we got to? We're to the point we're discussing the finer points of Fire Nation capital ship design. But there you go. Maniac Chief, the alternate histories for January and February haven't been done yet. So basically, the alternate history live streams, the episode title shows you which episodes I'm covering, so they are on a bit of a catch up. But you will get things covered. So never fear, your questions will be answered. It just might be a little bit of a while. Hopefully not too long though, assuming my health holds up. So that means a question from the chat. Rooksford asks, have you ever done any content on the torpedo testing site on Loch Long? Not yet, but again, it's one of the things that I do know is on my list of things to cover. The thing when it comes to specific sites in the UK is, while obviously I do want to cover them, the thing is, unlike sites in foreign countries, I can, for the most part, actually get to them in a day. Loch Long, perhaps not. Perhaps that would be like a 2 or 3 day trip. But when it comes to sites like that in the UK, ideally I want to actually go and visit them to talk about them. But then I have to schedule that and make sure I can afford it and so forth. Such as, for example, spoiler alert, you've heard it here first. I am hoping at some point to, I know I've got an extended 5-minute guide on Warspite, but I'm hoping at some point to do a proper hour and a half special just looking at the whole career of Warspite. But I want to finish that up by popping down to Cornwall, seeing and showing you the little bits and pieces that people down there still have of her, and then heading out to her wreck site, and depending on the weather conditions, with either an aerial or an underwater drone, having a little bit of a poke around and see if we can find any more bits. And if we can find any more bits, are they salvageable? Because, yeah, finders keepers at that point. Right. So, Miles McCaskill, with regards to the super chats, so previously I did the super chats after the patron questions. So essentially what we're doing, instead of doing patron questions, then super chats, then questions from general chat, what I'm doing is alternating back and forth. So once I've done all the patron questions, then I'll move on to the super chats, and we'll keep going in a kind of super chat, question from chat, super chat, question from chat, etc. But yeah, and then because then at that point, when I run out of super chats, as well as the Patreon questions, then I'll have answered a whole bunch of questions from general chat, at which point I can say, okay, now I can go to sleep. Because I've got a really busy day tomorrow. Some good, some bad, but either way, it's a busy old day coming up tomorrow. Anyway, TST 1987 asks, right. Oh, this is a big one. Right. 1922 Washington Naval Treaty. The Japanese big gun proponents win out, get everything and more they wanted as regards to dreadnought capital ships. Okay, so basically the premise of this is that the Japanese get okay, so the Japanese get their 8-8 fleet signed into the Washington Treaty as opposed to the 553 standard. So 8-8, I mean, that gives 16 ships, so you're going to have to bounce the Royal Navy and the US Navy up a bit. So basically that would be the US Navy gets all 4 Colorados, the Royal Navy gets 3 of their preferred ships, so 3 Nelson class. So the Japanese are getting an 8-8 fleet. So as far as the Japanese are concerned, that's going to be the Kongos, the Fusos and Issei, so that's a 4 and 4. The Nagatos is then 6 and 4. So at that point, you're going to be looking for 4 battle cruisers and 2 battleships. Oh, now that's going to be an interesting one. Because to comply with the Washington Treaty restrictions, they've got to be 35,000 tonners. So the Tosas and Amagis are out because they weigh too much. But you're... Let me think. I mean, you could easily get up to 8 battleships with 2 modified Nagatos, just filling in the displacement till they get up to 35,000 tons. Maybe put a little bit more armor on them. That would be fairly easy. But what do you do for the Kongo? Well, not the Kongos, but the other 4 battle cruisers, because they're going to be a whole class. I think with the Japanese wanting as much firepower as possible, I can see that going one of 2 ways. Basically, either they just take the Nagato design and strip its armor down to Kongo levels in an effort to keep the 8 16-inch guns but go fast, which would also simplify things quite a bit in terms of their design principles if they've got Nagato, slightly heavier Nagato and somewhat lighter Nagato but faster. The thing is, I'm not sure whether you could actually get anything with 8 16-inch guns up to the 30 plus knots they probably want. So you might end up with kind of a Japanese renown style with 6 16-inch guns and 8 or 9 inches of armor, whatever armor you can fit into that on 35,000 tons. But the interesting thing is, at that point, the Japanese have 4 battleships and 4 battle cruisers, all with 16-inch guns. The Americans only have 4, the British only have 3, so the British and the Americans are going to argue that, well, if the Japanese are getting new stuff and we're saying, okay, the Japanese are equal to everyone else for hand-wavy reason, because it's an alternate history question, then they're going to have to be able to match that at the very least. So what are we going to be looking at there for the British? Well, you can ditch the Iron Dukes and replace the Iron Dukes and Tigers. So you've got 5 ships, probably that's only 4 ships worth of replacements though. But you've got the Nelsons, which is 3. And so with those 5 additional ships, that's 7 plus Hood, which people generally tend to grandfather in. So that would give them about equal. So yeah. So with the British, it would be keeping the Revenges and the QEs, Renown, Repulse, Hood, your 3 Nelsons, and then a bunch of others. Your what would be 4 other ships. At which point, I think they'd probably go for 4 Nelsons, because that's 1 battle squadron. And then your other 3 would be battle cruisers. At that point, probably you'd actually might get to see F3s. Because they really want to be emphasizing the protection with the Japanese having so many 16-inch ships. And then that gives you a 6-ship battle cruiser squadron. Renown, Repulse, Hood, and the 3 modified F3 variants. As far as the US is concerned, they've got the 4 Colorados, so they're going to want probably 4 battle cruisers, because now the Japanese have 8 battle cruisers, the British have 6. They're going to want some battle cruisers, so they're going to want a class of 4 35,000-ton battle cruisers, which might actually end up remarkably similar to the Japanese ones. But whereas the Japanese might go for 6 or 8 16-inch guns, depending on how much they value armor and therefore their lives, I think the Americans will probably go for a 6 16-inch gun straight out straight out the starting gates, because hopefully by that point they're going to be back to valuing armor again, and then it's a question of what do they sacrifice to get that. I mean, basically the 12-inch ships. So Utah, Wyoming, Arkansas, etc. That's still not going to be enough. Unfortunately, that probably means possibly Texas and New York go as well. So that would leave you with Nevada and Oklahoma, Pennsylvania and Arizona, the 3 New Mexicos and the Tennessees. So that would leave you with 9 14-inch ships plus your 6 16-inch ships. So that's 15 ships. So that's 1 less. Okay, so then you might keep displacement-wise. If you're going by displacement rather than hull numbers, which to be fair, that's the Washington Treaty, you might actually therefore be able to keep New York and Texas, and you just have to sacrifice all the 12-inch ships. Okay, so basically the US fleet would be its 14-inch ships and its new 16-inch ships. The British fleet would be it 15 and 16-inch. And the Japanese would have their 8 16-inch ships. So the Japanese fleet would actually be exactly half 14-inch and 16-inch. How the Japanese are going to pay for all this, I don't know. But that would be what I would go with. The Super S3 says I should do a video on early French submarines. Yes, I should. However, that is one of those subjects where I need to translate some French books. Yeah, I need to find some. Well, I know some good French books on early French submarines. It's not so much that I need to find that they exist. I need to find them. I find somewhere that will sell me them at a reasonable price. Thank you very much, John Davis. If I do get such a question, I will try and figure out a way to reach out to you. Obviously, feel free to email me as well. Presley Mitchell, have I visited Norfolk, Virginia? Yep. There's a video I did on USS Wisconsin, and then there's another video I did much later on the Mariners Museum, which is all about USS Monitor for the most part. And Terry Down says, perhaps you could do a cycling tour of Cornwall. Yeah, no. I cycled in my youth. I'm not doing that again. I got knocked off my bike more times than I care to count. I almost died a couple of times, which was not fun. And yeah, these days, if I'm going to be moving around with wife, child, and potentially dog as well, yeah, that don't fit on a bike. Now, I don't know what's going on with the chat. See, I can see the chat ending, but it hasn't moved for a while. And also, it's showing me like half of a question. So I don't know what's going on. Oh. That's interesting. Oh. Right, well, the YouTube chat has frozen for some reason. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, because presumably you can all hear me. I don't know, because as I said, the YouTube's live stream page has frozen, but Fleet of Oceans and the Legacy are feeding me super chats that I can't see coming up. So presumably it is happening. Okay, there we go. Right, yeah, the tab crashed. So, right, now I've refreshed it. That's fine. Great. Okay, so question from the chat. Yeah, that's a problem at my end. I think we had this last time as well. Firefox, on its latest update, seems after a while to just crash the streaming tab. Never mind. It's working again. That's good. Okay. Captain C4 asks, as well as Prussia Cove, do you have any plans to visit HMS Hood at Portland? Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is, at the moment, I'm trying to create a short list of wrecks around the British coast that are either still out in the open, like there's a U-boat in the Medway estuary, quietly rotting away, or wrecks that are perhaps visible at low tide or can be seen through the water if they're below the low tide line, and therefore maybe could be investigated with an underwater drone, relatively shallow wrecks therefore. And once I've got a decent enough list going, so that includes obviously Hood at Portland, the various Mulberry Harbour sections in various, the Phoenix caissons at various points in and around the UK, and so on and so forth. I mean, there's an old destroyer up in Scotland that's occasionally visible at low tide. Once I've got enough of them, I want to then actually do a little driving tour around the UK borders using aerial and underwater drones to show off a bunch of the wrecks. But I need a good list first. And finding a list of wrecks on the British coast is one thing. Finding a list of wrecks that can in some way, shape or form under reasonable circumstances actually be seen is another one. Right, so Greb asks, I'm world building a D&D world with no steam or gunpowder. Giving similar oceans and weather patterns, any suggestions on ships capable of reliable global trade and warships? And would a protected artificial harbour be within the realm of possibility? Building an artificial harbour absolutely is within the realm of possibility without steam or gunpowder. I mean, the Romans built protected artificial harbours, as did the Carthaginians for that matter. You know, as the old demotivational poster from despair.com says, anything is possible if you have vision, passion, and an endless supply of expendable labour, or words to that effect. So yeah, big protected artificial harbour, perfectly possible. Ships capable of reliable global trade, as well as warships, well, for a given value of reliable, obviously you had big convoys and so forth. You just have to follow the trade winds, clipper ships as well. So yes, as long as you have decent, consistent weather patterns that don't lead you into kraken-infested waters or something, sail-powered vessels can give you a degree of reliability on your global trade. It's just that weather might also severely disrupt all of that. Same thing with warships. Without steam power, however, there's not really an awful lot in terms of artificial power sources that are plausible for a kind of wind-independent operation on a oceanic scale, unfortunately. You would, however, probably see significant revision in and further development of sail technology. I mean, you know, look at the speeds and handling capabilities of the clipper ships in the mid-19th century compared to, you know, frigates of the Napoleonic Wars, for example. But yeah, if you want to look at kind of an advanced D&D world, I would look at the hull designs and sail patterns of mid to late 19th century sailing ships that prioritize speed over cargo capacity, like clippers and so forth, and that'll give you a general idea of the direction, at least for the non-battle line units that you'll probably be looking at further. Arthur Shipper says, I would like Drac to come out and tour the old Endicott fortifications around Puget Sound someday. Yeah, I mean, it's potentially on the cards. I mean, this September I'm heading over to Buffalo, in upstate New York for the HINSA conference at the end of September. So I probably will be visiting one or two areas in the US in and around that. It just depends on where exactly my flights going from the US to my next destination are going to be heading. Right, so Paul Pimlott asks, if you were in charge of planning the first naval assault on the Dardanelles in World War I, what naval forces would you have asked for from the Admiralty? Would you have gone as historical, or would you have made some significant changes to the force mix? And who would you put in command of the assault? Okay, so short version of how to assault the Dardanelles. First, don't conduct a colonial-style bombard the slightly darker people operation to show them who's boss, and therefore show exactly how clapped out their defences are and where all their weak spots are. Don't do that. Or if you are going to do that, don't then give them a whole bunch of time to reinforce and repair all their defences. So, yes, you're at war with Turkey, but don't start shooting at the Dardanelles until you're absolutely ready to go. Next thing, since I've got some time to prepare, I'm going to get a whole bunch of Dreadnoughts, but since they're pretty slow anyway, but I know there's a fairly good chance there's going to be mines and so forth, I'm going to stick them all in Drydock. I'm basically going to say, look, give me as many pre-dreadnoughts as you can. I don't care if they're the older ones. It doesn't really matter. We're shooting at point-blank range. And put them through a quick Drydock program where they're getting big, ugly bulges slapped on them. Not quite monitor scale bulges, but still fairly hefty ones. The idea being that, well, if they hit a mine or somebody torpedoes them or whatever, they've got a slightly increased chance of survival. Yes, it's going to slow them down, but at the end of the day, these are the old pre-dreadnoughts that are barely useful to anyone anyway. You then don't need to be operating at 18 knots or whatever. Next thing, a certain Lieutenant Commander Cunningham, or Commander Cunningham, depending on the exact time period, his idea of let's put a bunch of minesweeping equipment on the destroyers that can actually fight the currents through the Dardanelles, that's getting a big tick box. And then when it's time for the assault, I'm going to retain some of my newer ships because, I'm going to have, there potentially be things like Lord Nelson and Agamemnon, some of the newer pre-dreadnoughts. Yes, Dr. Clark, yeah, basically torpedo bulges filled with some kind of floatable material, whether that be cork or whatever, but something to pack in there. The idea is my newer pre-dreadnoughts and such like will form the second line, and then the operation will start with Cunningham's destroyers going in at night and minesweeping the area. Then come dawn, as the destroyers finish their minesweeping operations, move in with my old obsolete bulged up pre-dreadnoughts. They're going to, because I've asked for as many as possible, they're just going to lay down a curtain of point-blank fire. And you know what? Since essentially we're ruining them as far as being seagoing battle line units are concerned, you might as well, given you're going to have a huge amount of extra flotation caused by the bulges, slap on a bunch of armour that can deal with at least the medium-scale guns onto some of the more exposed sections of these pre-dreadnoughts to get them back down to a rough waterline level and give the ships a bit more extra protection. And their job is to just sail up, nice close formation, shoot everything that moves. Hopefully at this point the fortifications won't be anywhere near as strong as they were historically. I've got the Anzacs, but because the Ottomans haven't had the chance to significantly reinforce everything the way they would have done historically, the idea then is for as the first line advances, shooting everything up, between them and the second line with the modern pre-dreadnoughts and so forth, I'm going to have a whole section of troop transports and with X-lighters and so forth, and they will now be receiving the direct fire support from Cunningham's destroyers, who've dropped back from their minesweeping roles. And as each fortification is reduced, in go the assault ships. And I'm actually probably going to take a little bit of a lesson from the Lord Clyde. I think it was the Lord Clyde, that a modified freighter they did where they basically up-armoured the bow, filled it with machine guns and ran it forward. Now, it didn't work out quite so well because the armoured bow equipped with guns bit worked, but the idea of people coming out on little bridges either side didn't work so much under heavy fire. So what instead I'm going to do is essentially have them towing X-lighters behind them and have a kind of disembarkation ramp cut into the back. So these ships full of troops ram ashore, they act as their own little fire bases forward, the troops under the cover of the ship's hull board the X-lighters aft, and then the X-lighters fan out, land, hopefully again against minimal opposition, run up, capture the positions, hopefully hold them. They've got direct fire support from the destroyers to help, and your big bulged ships continue forward. And once they've cleared the area that is plausibly mined, then they break off and drop back to continue providing direct fire support for operations against the fortifications. And then you run your more modern pre-dreadnoughts through to Istanbul or Constantinople or whatever you want to call it at that point. And then essentially you have mission objectives succeeded. You have the Ottoman capital under the guns of the fleet. You have the Dardanelles fortifications hopefully reduced and taken, if not very heavily contested, and you've got a whole ton of old ships there just doing happy direct fire support operations. That's how I'd do it. Right, tab's crashed again, so hopefully while that's resetting, Sapper Ninja asks, in a recent video, Jingles told us the story that the Royal Navy's gunnery in World War II suffered due to lack of practice. This was caused, according to Jingles, by peacetime Navy, with executive officers wanting promotion and wanting their ships to look clean, not wanting to mess up the ship's paint with gunnery practice. I respect Jingles massively, but it seems so outlandish to me that ships' combat capacity could be so degraded by cleanliness over combat effectiveness. How common was this issue, and how serious was it as an issue? Fleet Oceans is typing something to me, so I'm just going to wait to see that if everybody is still able to hear me, because as I said, this tab is crashing again. So I think for the next stream, I'm definitely going to be moving over to doing this on Chrome rather than Firefox, but I don't want to try and switch browsers midstream because I don't think that's going to end very well. Okay, well, while we're waiting for the tab to reload, I'll keep answering that question. Okay, so assuming that that is a verbatim summary of what Jingle said, I think there's just a little bit of confusion going on, because what he describes, the Royal Navy's gunnery suffering due to a lack of practice caused by Navy officers wanting their ships to look clean and not wanting their ships to mess up their paint with gunnery practice, that is absolutely a problem that the Royal Navy had. However, it's not a problem that the Royal Navy had in World War II. It's a problem that the Royal Navy had at the end of the Victorian period in the 19th century, and it took a big kick from various officers, including Fisher, obviously, at the high end of things, but also Percy Scott and so forth, to basically kickstart the Royal Navy back into the idea of actually you do need to start shooting straight again. So yeah, pretty much spot on description of a problem the Royal Navy did have, just not for the World War II period. Okie dokie. Right, where are we going to next? Right. Bunker Buster asks, if the Ocean class ships were at the Battle of Trafalgar, what impact could they have had? Aluminium Fence says, I thought Drac basically turned his home into the Starship Enterprise. Why is he still using Firefox? Basically because Firefox was better than Netscape and Internet Explorer back in the day, and I basically just I've just kept using it ever since. through various iterations. It is beginning to get a little bit ropey, so I may be transferring browser at some point. And to answer your other question, do they take place on Wednesday night? They take place basically when I have the time and the health to do them. I mean, ideally I would prefer to do this on a Thursday, for example, but unfortunately I have a funeral to attend tomorrow, so yeah, I'm not coming back to do this after a funeral. Anyway, going back to Bunker Buster's question, the Ocean class depends. But if you mean by the Ocean class all of them or some of them, I mean they're big, mean, high firepower first rates. So, and also, you know, is it the whole Ocean class in addition to the ships at Trafalgar? Is it some of the Ocean class? Is it the whole Ocean class? Are they substituting in one for one with, say, French 80 gunners or something like that? All of this kind of thing. Then it all depends. Yeah, it very much depends on the scenario. If you have some Ocean class ships subbing in for some of the French 74s and 80s, it probably doesn't change the outcome massively, because you still have the fundamental problems with gunnery and so forth. It would really depend on where they are. If it's the whole Ocean class in addition, well, if every surviving Ocean class is present in Villeneuve's fleet, Nelson is probably not going to engage against those odds. The thing is that he actually had a bigger fleet, but about half a dozen of his ships were sent off for resupply just before the historical Battle of Trafalgar. If there's all the Ocean class present, then he's gonna A, wait for them to get back, and B, be asking for a bunch more first rates and second rates to be sent down from the UK, which is going to change the battle completely. Because I mean, you look at the performance of some of the Spanish first rates that were present, or indeed Lorient at the Battle of the Nile. They can be very tough customers, but equally, some French and Spanish first rates go down, or in the case of those that catch fire, go up pretty quickly. So, you know, if you substitute Bucentaur and Redoutable with Oceans, that would be a much bigger problem than if, for example, you make all of Dumanoir's squadron Oceans, because if Dumanoir's squadron are all Oceans, it probably doesn't really make a huge amount of difference, because he didn't do a whole amount, apart from Captain Infinet, for the entire battle. So yeah, there could be any number of answers depending on the exact setup. Hi Vicky, we're still in the Patreon questions, but we are doing questions from chat at the same time. There's 15 super chats after this, and we have 1, 2, 3, about a dozen Patreon questions to do as well. Which, considering it's 10:15, Hyperdog 456. Where do you even begin to learn everything, you know, Drac? I started at a very early age and I didn't stop. I still have my first serious naval history book. It's right there. The Imperial War Museum book of the war at sea, bought for me by my grandmother when I think I was aged 5 or 6, something like that. But yeah, I don't think I've actually willingly disposed of a naval history book in my life that wasn't either a duplicate or actually one that was just frankly terrible and needed to be gotten rid of. Primark 359. This is episodes 295 and 299. I don't know what that means. in terms of dates. I mean, I know it's just before episode 300, but it's a while ago, put it that way. Right, so US Navy sailor. During Operation 10 Go, if Admiral Mitcher and his staff had not ordered airstrikes to take out Yamato and Admiral Spruant's plan of the slow shore bombardment group of battleships intercepted instead, how would they and their escorts have done against Yamato and Yamato's escorts? And did they have enough armor-piercing projectiles to be effective? Would the several hundred Corsairs and Hellcats Would the several hundred Corsairs and Hellcats prevent the successful kamikaze attacks that did happen? So, that's a good one. Right. Did Spruant, between them all, yes, I think they had enough AP shells. And to be perfectly honest, to a certain extent, at least at long range, you might as well fling a HE at Yamato and try and set it on fire with the sheer amount of fire that you've got, at least with the 14-inch gunships. If the carrier air groups are devoted entirely to screening the capital ships for kamikaze attacks, then yeah, they'd probably be fairly successful at that. I mean, the thing is, with so many ships firing on Yamato, it could go a lot of ways. You could actually get people getting a bit confused, despite having radar and so forth, and reading other people's shots as their own, or you could have them quite nicely disciplined and, you know, staggering their shots to good effect. So, I mean, Yamato's probably still going to do a fair bit of damage. I think a median case would probably be at least one of the shore bombardment group very heavily damaged or sunk, and maybe one or two others reasonably heavily damaged. But that would be kind of your middle ground case. It would also be entirely possible that Yamato might not sink anything, because, well, the escorts would definitely be advantage US, but Spruants perhaps could order the Corsairs and Hellcats to do lots of strafing runs. You know, the anti-aircraft batteries don't really matter at that point in terms of suppression, but, you know, shooting up the bridge tower, shooting up breakable bits of the rangefinder and radar systems would certainly help matters. But you see, if I was Spruant, I would be tempted to actually take a leaf out of the way that the Russians used their pre-dreadnoughts in the Baltic to deal with the Yavuz Sultan Selim. And instead of assigning them all to independent fire missions, I would actually team them up. So either team them up in pairs and say, right, so you're going to have a pair of ships and you're going to fire, and then the second pair of ships, when you see the first pair fire, you're going to fire 15 to 20 seconds after them, and then the third pair of ships, and so on and so forth, you're going to fire 15 to 20 seconds after that. That way there is very little confusion over the fall of shell, but every single salvo you're firing is still going to be a huge number of shells. You're going to be talking, you know, high teens, low 20s of shells per salvo. And with radar lock-ons, there's a pretty good chance you're going to start getting hits pretty early. And yes, Yamato might be big and powerful, but if Yamato is potentially taking 2, 3, 4 or more hits every 15 to 20 seconds, one after the other, and even if she isn't, you know, you're going to have shell splashes coming up around her just as the previous ones are finally dying down. That's going to massively hinder her combat capability. But then obviously appreciating that perhaps your smaller shells maybe aren't going to breach her armor quite so much, because she's, you know, they might not know her exact specs, but they know she is a very big and tough ship. I would then suggest, you know, just open fire initially with your HE shells, absolutely pulverize, smash up and set fire to the top of the ship, render it combat ineffective, and then close in for the kill. Or if you want to be really really spectacularly hilarious. Have everybody line up in a classic battle line, so you know absolutely what the range to the next ship is and to the ship behind you. And then again, adopting kind of Russian Baltic Sea tactics, you have one ship, whichever ship has the best radar and the best gunnery record. You say, right, that ship, you are establishing what the range is. You fire the ranging salvos, and everybody else is going to make their fire control predictions based on your data, plus, of course, the slight change in position relative to that ship that you're, and where you are in the battle line. Everyone's going to know that. And then after you've, hopefully with radar, got your straddles or potentially initial hits very quickly, so, you know, if the most accurate shooting ship is a standard, you might get 4 partial salvos, 4 3-gun salvos. If it's a Colorado, then you get 2 4-gun salvos. But hopefully within the first couple of minutes, you're going to be dropping shells around Yamato. And then you tell everyone, right, I have the range. The range is this. Everybody quickly plug that in. Okay, great. The whole battle line then fires on the basis of that data. And then we see how well Yamato stands up to, what, 50, 60 plus shells all landing at the same time. And yeah, I can see someone in the chat saying, oh, the stands aren't going to get close enough to Yamato. They're not going to get close enough to Yamato at the start, no. But once you've turned the funnel into confetti and set her on fire from stem to stern and potentially put a bunch of AP rounds into her fore and aft section so she's got a lot of water going in, then she's much slower, and you can more comfortably close in, at least to a range where your shells are going to have more fun punching through her citadel. Vicky asks, could one have trained an actual monkey to act as a powder monkey? Yes and no, I think. Yes, in theory, I suspect you could very easily train a monkey to pick up object from this part of ship, move object to other part of ship, hand it to human, presumably in exchange for a reward. Could said monkey perform said function while the ship is under fire and there's explosions and everything going off everywhere? That is much less likely. It will probably panic and throw itself into the sea or go mad and start attacking everybody. Now, to be fair, it is possible if you like to bomb-proof animals against loud sounds and explosions and so forth. I mean, they did it with horses and so forth. So I guess in theory you might be able to pull that off with a monkey. But given that you'd need a relatively sizable primate to carry gunpowder charges up to the guns, I'm not sure that would be a very successful experiment, because if you get something like a chimp or a baboon going absolutely, well, ape, during the first round of experiments, the minute you let off a 32-pounder, that's not going to end well for anybody. So I would say yes in principle, but probably no in practice. Not if you want to keep all of your limbs, at least. HMS Inconceivable. What is the smallest geographical location a post-Age of Sail capital ship is named after that can beat said capital ship in an engagement between it and its namesake's land forces? Okay, so we're talking about a capital ship that's named after a place. What is the smallest place that has land-based forces that can beat it? Well, you see, the problem here is I don't really know all that much about the land-based forces in a lot of locations. and also, to be honest, even some ports where I do know what the coastal fortifications are, they're coastal fortifications for, let's say, a World War II era ship. The coastal fortifications themselves are hopelessly out of date. Like, for example, actually, no, New York's defences probably still could hurt the USS New York, maybe, depending on which guns you're looking at. But for example, HMS Liverpool, although she's not a capital ship, Liverpool's own coast defences, such as they are hopelessly out of date. I mean, if you're talking about capital ships, the German capital ships are named after people. The French capital ships are named after larger areas. I mean, there's the Paris, but Paris is miles away from the sea. The Italians, I mean, Rome doesn't have coastal defenses because, again, Rome isn't near the sea. American capital ships are named after states, so a small state with coastal defenses, maybe. But that's a pretty large geographical area. I don't know. Because the problem is, if you use something that's got a state name like Malaya or Wisconsin, or California or something, there's such a large landmass that you can point to areas where they might have strong coastal defenses. You can also point to other areas where they don't have any coastal defenses at all. So really what you want is a capital ship that's named after a city or something along that size of things. Or something that's dual purpose that you can argue, like New York. Yeah, I don't know. That would require, I think, a lot of digging and qualification. The victory over himself saying Paris has been conquered by the sea, ask the Danes. Well, conquered upriver, maybe. DKS says St. Vincent. It's not a bad shout. I mean, it would depend which HMS St. Vincent, but yeah, potentially. Alternate historian. Oh no, hang on. I should be taking the taking a question from chat. Tim Kenner asks, inspired by a question from Drydock 30, if both of the Alaska class magically joined the British at Jutland, how many mission kills could they expect before they shoot their main batteries dry? Ooh, late war era radar and fire control at what for them is relatively close ranges. Oh, that's an interesting one. And working fuses as well, of course. I have a feeling their bigger problem is going to be the German ships are going to be retreating before they expend all their ammunition. But if we put them in an ideal location within the formation, so let's say we put them with Iron Duke Squadron, although to be fair, their radar probably means there is less of an issue with an ideal gunnery position. I mean, given their speed, let's put them with the battle cruisers. They could probably get, well, if you've got two Alaskas, I would reckon they could probably get at least 4 mission kills, if not sinkings, on the German battle cruisers before the Germans just break away, and Beatty's probably not going to let them run off on their own to follow. And then in the first action with the... Well, actually, this is the thing, because on the run to the north, they'd have the fire control and the range on their guns, in theory, to keep shooting at the German battle line as they run on the run to the north. So they could probably pick up another 2 or 3 mission kills there. And then, assuming that the Germans haven't turned back at the point that they've either lost or had mission killed nearly a dozen ships by these 2 weird super firing, super accurate, ostensibly British ships, then with the confrontation that ends with the first battle turn away, they could probably pick up another 3 or 4 mission kills there, especially if they concentrate their fire a little bit further down the line, so towards the aft end of the Kaiser and Koenig collection, or towards the front end of where the Helgolands are coming up, because then the other German ships that have just done the battle turn away are going to be thrown into disarray by having to dodge around the ships that the Alaskas have just crippled, at which point there's more things to pick up. But at that point, you're probably beginning to run out of ammo. So I would say a dozen to 15 mission kills if you want to be really nasty. And Doug JB, BT might well let them go after Shear alone. No. You don't see. BT would not let them have the glory. BT would keep them in line because either BT gets the glory or nobody does. Yes, it is possible that Seymour might bungle the signals, but that would be the one situation you really don't want, because the strength of the Alaskas would be accurate, repeated hitting at what for the Germans is an unthinkable range. You don't want to let them get too close, because accurate and hard hitting they might be, but they are not protected even against World War I era German shells. Alternate historian Turtle Duck asks, if the 1916 Irish Rebellion, the Easter Rising, succeeds and drives the British completely from Ireland, how would losing the shipyards and dry docks at Belfast affect the Royal Navy in World War II, the interwar period and World War II, assuming this new Irish state remains neutral post-1916 and during World War II? Ooh, they're going to be mad if Holland and Wolfe goes. I mean, realistically, if somehow the Irish Rebellion gets their hands on Belfast and Holland and Wolfe, the British are going to be back to secure that, if nothing else. But if we had wave it and say for some whatever reason they give it away, or that they let it go, on the one hand, in the immediate term, it's going to be very annoying, because Holland and Wolfe was one of the most capable shipyards in the UK. But in the interwar period, and then going into World War II, while on paper the loss of capability is going to be pretty nasty, in practice, it probably doesn't have the loss of the shipyards in particular probably doesn't have a huge effect on the Royal Navy, simply because of the massive contraction of infrastructure that the British suffered during the interwar period. So there would be some building and contracts and some money going around, but when you look at the number of slipways and dry docks and shipyards that closed in mainland Britain, like the Palmer's docks at Jarrow, ultimately the money that would have gone to Holland and Wolfe would probably go to some of those other dockyards. So other dockyards would remain open, absorbing the funding that would otherwise have gone to Holland and Wolfe. Now, that might require some infrastructure upgrades at some of those other ones, because Holland and Wolfe does have some pretty hefty dry docks and shipyards. But it would be a good place, especially in the Great Depression. It would be a good way of keeping some jobs around and upgrading infrastructure. So the initial hit would be very bad, especially because it's one of the safer dry docks to put battle-damaged ships. But thanks to the cuts of the Washington Naval Treaty, I think there would just be a rebalancing of which shipyards and dry docks survive to First World War, like Dr. Clark pointing out, John Brown's, etc. Hyperdog 456 says, "Who's your least favourite Royal Navy Admiral?" Do you have to ask? Obviously, that's going to be BT. Patrick Reed asks, if Operation Unthinkable happens, I think that's the continuation war with the Soviet Union. Are the various powers using going to be making use of the Kriegsmarine boats they get hold of? They're probably not going to be making much use of what's left of the surface Kriegsmarine, but given that the Germans had an interrupted production line of Type 21s and Type 23s, if they're suddenly going all in with a war with the Soviet Union, then they're going to just be going, yeah, okay, everybody to the front lines, even you, Germany. Then I suspect they'd probably, with hopefully a little bit of trimming and improvement, restart the 21 and 23 production lines and throw those into the Baltic just to mess with the Soviets. The other ships, well, as I said, there's not a huge amount left of the German Kriegsmarine surface fleet by the end of World War II, and what is left is probably not worth keeping and putting into service just because of the lack of interoperability. I'm just going to pick up this super chat question quickly because it's very relevant to a few things that are going on at the moment. Adam Krivieni, I think, asks, have you ever played Battlefleet Gothic, the tabletop game? Yes, I absolutely love that game. In fact, I'm taking part in a series of Battlefleet Gothic tournaments this year. I've already taken part in one. I'm taking part in another at the end of May that's occurring in Portsmouth. And there's a really big one happening in London at the end of September. Unfortunately, I think the Hinza conference conflicts with it, so I probably won't be able to take part in that one, which is really annoying. Yeah, I have a bunch of ships. I've got a whole ton of original ships. I've got a bunch of 3D printed ships, and I've actually got one or two custom ships. My custom flame brought, the Salamander's Gloriana class flagship, is sitting over there, although it's a little bit out of scale with the Soulforge Studio Glorianas. But hey, it's a custom one-off that only I have, so I'm still gonna like that. Are there any real-life Navy tactics that can apply in the game or other tabletop war games? Like crossing the T works because the system prefers shooting losing targets. There are a certain degree of naval tactics that work in Battlefleet Gothic. So, for example, if you're playing the Imperials, using torpedo spreads to control the game board a bit, i.e., yes, you're shooting to a certain degree to try and damage enemy ships, but shooting torpedo salvos just to make the enemy ships not go certain places and break up their formation, that's a perfectly valid historical tactic. It's also a perfectly valid tactic in Battlefleet Gothic. The Eldar pretty much play like a bunch of late 19th century torpedo boats: run in, hit really hard, run our way again very fast, and hope you don't take a hit or two because otherwise you're stuffed. Obviously, your best shooting for the weapons battery gunnery tables is shooting at a closing capital ship. So yeah, crossing somebody's T is a really good idea, because also it can, depending on exactly how you do it, but it can prevent them bringing their broadsides to bear, or at the very minimum, it will get you the gunnery advantage from shooting at a closing ship, and then if they turn to go broadside to you, at best they're shooting at an abreast capital ship, which means they have a gunnery disadvantage. So yeah, there's quite a lot of tactics that work. And in fact, I recently was at a friend of mine's, and although I've got a standard colour scheme for my Imperial fleet, which is actually the box art for the original game colour scheme, he showed me his Warspite, which is, I can't remember if it's either a Victory or an Apocalypse or an Oberon, but it's one of the Voss pattern ones. And he's actually done a really good battleship grey and bronze colour scheme, which I didn't think would work if you'd told me it in advance, but it actually works really well, and I might do one or two ships in that. Anyway, Bob Fry, excellent. Well, I'm glad to know the shipping got through to you. Brian Smith asks, Ark Royal seems to be built more like American carriers. This is the interwar Ark Royal. How might things have changed, especially in the early parts of the war, if Ark Royal had been permanently stationed in the Pacific after it was built and not in the Atlantic? I mean, in the early part of the war, if Ark Royal is permanently stationed in the Pacific, then things go somewhat worse for the Royal Navy. For example, Ark Royal is not available to go after Bismarck, and there's not a lot happening in the Pacific either. And the problem is, if you mean Ark Royal based in the Pacific from the early part of the Pacific campaign, the problem with that is, of course, she's sunk in November 41, right before all of that occurs. So I guess the best scenario there would be Ark Royal gets moved from Force H in October 1941 to take up station in the Pacific and thus doesn't get torpedoed. At which point it depends what aircraft she departs with, because she was in need of a refit. So let's say best case scenario, Ark Royal gets pulled in September 41 for a quick overhaul and refit before being kicked over to the Pacific and perhaps sails with Force Z. Now at that point, given that she's freshly refitted, therefore able to be fitted with the latest in RAF or Fleet Aram aircraft, that probably means martlets, a mixture of martlets on Fulmars. And well, Ark Royal doesn't have an armoured flight deck, so she's not in the best of positions to survive being hit by Japanese dive bombers. But Ark Royal with a whole, and bear in mind she's got the largest aircraft capacity of any Royal Navy carrier at that point in the war, Ark Royal with a couple of squadrons of martlets is very easily going to make mincemeat of the Japanese torpedo bombers that get sent after Force Z. So that's a scenario that Force Z is definitely surviving. The big question at that point is, of course, what next? With Force Z surviving and potentially joining ABDA command, what do the Japanese send into the Southwest Pacific environment instead of what they historically sent? Because if you've got Prince of Wales Repulse, Ark Royal, and potentially then more reinforcements coming in, that's going to force the Japanese to send a very different force down to combat ABDA command. And then you're into like second and third order alternate histories. But it would provide an excellent distraction, which I'm sure the Americans would be very happy about. Although if Ark Royal manages to survive ABDA command, I could potentially see, given that at that point, I could potentially see the Americans requesting Ark Royal to come around and help them, which might be answered. I mean, it depends what the fortunes of the British component of ABDA command are through that campaign. But if, for example, a lot of escorts and smaller ships have been destroyed, and the Eastern Fleet therefore is a little bit stronger with perhaps Prince of Wales or Repulse surviving, but they don't have a huge number of cruisers and destroyers to make them a true fleet, then at that point releasing Ark Royal perhaps with Repulse to go and run around with Lexington and Yorktown at Coral Sea might very well be on the cards, even if, you know, the Albacore and the Swordfish aren't really up to all that much compared to the Dauntless. Just stuffing Ark Royal with a bunch of Wildcats and going, right, we have a fighter carrier with really good fighter direction to defend us, while Lexington and Yorktown do the strike elements, that might actually very well save Lexington at Coral Sea. The Galactic Wolf. You don't necessarily have to tag me in to put a question in the chat. You can just put a question in the chat, but I am semi-randomly selecting them to try and be fair. Joel Montgomery, the paper on Discord about the wrecks. Yes, I did get a chance to read that. Thank you very much for sending that to me. See, I want to do something about the current state of the aforesaid wrecks. On the other hand, one, it's a little bit too close to modern politics, and two, I suspect I would get extremely angry and shouty by the end of it. Right. Captain Gerhard Kalmbach of the Intergalactic House of Pancakes asks, and you'll be glad to know we're in the closing stages of the Patreon questions. In your video on the development of the North Carolina class, you have a photo of two officers standing over a model. The model has the main superstructure way up at one end and no main battery turrets that I can see. There's a smaller superstructure midships, which seem to rule out being a battle carrier. What is this design? It doesn't look like anything else in the video. I would have to check that and get back to you. Excuse me. If you're watching this, or I might just message you directly on Patreon, but if you're watching this, drop me a message on Patreon or Discord. I'd have to open up the video file, identify the picture, then follow the file path back into my storage and see what the video or what the photo caption said, if anything. And if it didn't say much, then I could search my download history and see if where I got it from, or if it was sent to me by email, and trace it back that way. So yeah, I'm happy to do that, but obviously I can't do that right this instant, unfortunately. But yeah, feel free to send me a message and I can follow up on that. Cone-led alternate history scenario. If Germany and Japan begin closer cooperation earlier, this results in more significant technological exchange in the mid-30s. The Germans get hold of the Long Lance torpedo, and the Japanese get access to design prototypes for German aircraft engines under development circa 35. Thus, Germany focuses more heavily on building U-boats, and the Japanese have better engines to use in the development process for the Zero and other contemporary aircraft. The two also work together to further radar development, but don't achieve as much on this front. The Allied nations are aware there's closer tech cooperation and respond accordingly, but retain their historical blind spots of the exact capabilities and advantages of the Long Lance, and they have their historical racism against Japanese technical ability. How do you think this affects the war? I mean, a lot of it depends on what the Japanese do with the German engine tech for the Zero, because they could stick with because they really like their lightweight dogfighters. They could stick with the build of the Zero, just it's faster now, which leaves it still, relatively speaking, vulnerable, but a more dangerous both energy fighter and dogfighter. Or they could go, well, actually, we kind of like the rough performance characteristics that the Zero historically had as a specification, and thus with a more powerful engine they could improve the protection on the Zero. Or they could develop something completely different, if they've got access to the DB609, for example. But overall, it's obviously going to make the Japanese combat air patrols and such much tougher customers for the Wildcat and so forth. Now, historically, that's not going to save the Japanese all that much, because ultimately the Americans have more planes, more pilots, they're going to be getting more capable aircraft out there. But it could perhaps make the Japanese carrier arm last a little bit longer. The thing you've got to remember, of course, is that it doesn't matter how good a performance your Zero is. If it's not there to intercept, it really doesn't matter. So, for example, at Midway, it's probably fundamentally not going to change all that much, because the Zeros are completely out of position when the dive bombers start dropping bombs. Maybe fewer dive bombers make it back to Enterprise and Yorktown, but it's not going to save the Kido Butai, in principle. But in other scenarios where Wildcats and Zeros tangled and the Wildcats come out on top, well, now maybe in some of those scenarios the Zeros come out on top and then are able to take on the American dive bombers and or torpedo bombers that the Wildcats were protecting. as far as the Germans with, well, they can't fit a long lance in their subs, but let's say they get the long lance and they also get the Type 95, the 21-inch long lance derivative. I mean, that just makes the Germans a lot worse to deal with, because they now have longer range, higher speed torpedoes with much bigger warheads. So a bunch of ships that got damaged by torpedoes are probably now going to get destroyed. Conversely, some German ships carrying torpedoes that get hit are probably going to go kaboom a little bit more than they did historically. It doesn't really affect the issues the Germans have initially with their magnetic detonators, but overall it does mean a lot more ships getting sunk. The interesting thing will be to see if the Germans go, actually, we're just going to attack at the same ranges with our submarines, but just the torpedoes going faster and hitting harder are a lot more effective. Or if the Germans try to exploit the fact they now have potentially a much longer range torpedo, and they try and develop some kind of, equivalent to the torpedo data computer or similar to allow them to take longer distance shots. Questions from the chat. Sergeant Plop asks, what is your favourite part in making videos? I would say probably the research side of things, because almost every time that I'm doing research for videos, I learn something new as well. Or either I learn something new, or I see a bunch of stuff that perhaps I already knew but put together in the same place, which or it could be some of it could be new as well, which allows me to make connections that I hadn't previously made before, which allows me to then understand more about history than I did before. So, for example, again, small spoiler alert for a video that's upcoming in probably a month or two. I've been going through this fine old book, the Antony Roll, mostly on the basis that initially I wanted to do a video on the Antony Roll discussing the Tudor fleet of Henry VIII from just a capability perspective. But then opening it up, I discovered that I'll just put that back there. Opening it up, I discovered that in common with pretty much every other source that's been done on the Antony Roll, there are plenty of transliterations of the Antony Roll, but very few, if any, in fact none as far as I can see, that have actually translated the Antony Roll. So, for example, the Mary Rose's entry has been translated, and that's available on the Mary Rose's website, where they tell you what all the various definitions, or at least the ones that are relevant to the Mary Rose are. But yeah, it's very difficult to work out at first what the heck it's on about, because it's in Tudor English, so it's, to us, spelt very weird. And now some stuff is fairly easy, because they have bows but spelt with an E, so B-O-W-E-S. So it lists bowstrings, spelt B-O-W-E-S-T-R-Y-N-G-E-S. Now, to us that's spelt completely wrong, but it's fairly obvious that that's bowstrings. But then you get slightly more obscure things like Daertes Fortopis. That's a D-A-E-R-T-E-S. 4 is actually spelled the same as we would these days, F-O-R, T-O-P-P-I-S. What the heck is Daertes Fortopis? Turns out it's actually darts for the fighting tops. I think, things to throw down on your opponent. That's a little bit easier. But then you get into guns of iron, although iron is spelt with a Y. So you have port pieces, fairly easy, Saker, demi-slings, bases, B-A-E-S-S-Y-S, hail shot pieces, handguns complete. So some of those are easier to work out than others. But then under munitions, what is a sledges of iron? Turns out it's actually a sledgehammer. Crows of iron, actually a crowbar. Commanders. Yeah, good luck working that one out. It's actually a big wooden mallet. So essentially I was going through all of this. You know, there's canvas for cartouches. They weren't doing ancient Egyptian names with the canvas. It's actually for cartridges, a canvas for bags of gunpowder. So I went through all of this, researched what each of these meant and what they were for, found out what they were, turned it all into proper English. Then I had to contend with Tudor mathematics, because it's all using Roman characters, you know, I's and X's and V's, but not in the way that we think of Roman numerals. For example, instead of using IV for 4, they use 4 I's, except the last I in any Tudor Roman numeral is a J. So, for example, for this one, the Mary James, it has bowstrings J gross. What it means is actually 1 gross, i.e. 144. There's the canvas is measured in L's, which is an old unit of measurement. But going back to the numbers, it's a little bit all over the place. So, for example, a dice of iron for hail shot, basically a square shrapnel shot that you pack into a hail shotgun, which you can see some of at the Mary Rose Museum, incidentally. That's a numbers IIJ, which we now know is III, with a superscript C, like to the power of C. Now that's Tudor mathematics for 300, whereas under what we think of as Roman numerals today, that should be CCC, but there it's IIJ superscript C. And then you get really weird stuff. It's not on the Mary James, but is on some other, like here under the total sum of munitions, crowbars is superscript XX over, as if you're doing long division, IIIJ, J under normal script. What the heck does that mean? Does it mean 20 divided by 4, which is a weird way of saying 5, and then 1, so 5? Well, no, actually, 2 X's over 4 I's in Tudor actually means 4 score, i.e. 80. So, and then the J is 1. So it's actually saying total number of crowbars 81. And it goes on like this. So, you know, for lime pots, for example, is 4 score XVJ. So that's 16. So that's 4 score 80 plus 16. So that's 96, and then doesn't. So 96 multiplied by 12. And then you get, you know, habiliments for the war. What the heck is a habiliment? It actually directly means furniture or clothes, wearing, that kind of context. But it essentially is the spare parts and stores, because when you look at the listings, it's ropes, nails, leather bags, that kind of thing. The lime pots as well, spare wheels for the guns, timbers and so forth. So yeah, learning about that and then tabulating that. So I've tabulated the entire first Antony roll. So the video is basically going to be me going, this is actually the equipment that the, if you like, the grand ships and the carracks, the sailing ships, as opposed to the galleys and galleasses and so forth, of Henry VIII's fleet had. This is them in plain English, and also here's some interesting comparisons between some of them, because some of the ships seem to be much more heavily equipped for anti-personnel work, and other ships of roughly equal or identical tonnage seem much more heavily equipped for anti-shipping work. And there's also interesting things about how many bowstrings do they have per longbow and such like. Excuse me. Right. Marlin Stout asks, so back to the Patreon ones. I've got another question about the Alaskas. They seem to be quite popular this time. Suppose the Bureau of Ships in the early 1930s looks at the result of the fleet problems and is even more alarmed about the increasing capabilities of aircraft and decides that what the fleet really needs is a really, really good AA platform. So they take the base Alaska hull and redesign it without the 12-inch barbette, but with as many twin 5-inch 38s as they can pack in, keeping the hull size, weight, armour and speed the same from the actual Alaskas. How many 5-inch mounts could they pack in, and how much of a nightmare would the ship be for enemy aviators? And how likely would they be to keep the ship in service after the war? It depends how easily it's refitted. If you could refit the 5-inch 38s to, say, automatic single 5-inch 54s, I think at that point they might be more likely to keep it around. But in terms of, I'm just going to find a overhead shot of the Alaskas or a plan view. Oh, there we go. There's that famous one. Right. So how would we do this? I'm basically just looking at real estate, deck real estate for the Alaskas. So let's have a look. We've got the Iowa. That's a good overhead, and then this one shows us the side profile. So we've got, historically on the Alaskas, we've got 6 twin 5-inch 38 mounts, 2 on either side, 1 fore and aft. So if we're going to make this full dedicated AA monster, I think the first thing we can do is we can definitely put another 5-inch 38 amidships, roughly speaking, between the funnel and the forward bridge structure. Now I understand that might interfere with a few other things, but we're doing it anyway. So get rid of aircraft facilities entirely. We're going to have a bit of top weight to play with because we're ditching the 12-inch guns. So what I would do is, yeah, we put in an additional 5-inch amidships. We're then going to unify a kind of step terrace level of superstructure behind the 5-inch 38s. And that is where we're going to put a whole ton of quad and twin Bofors as kind of a second firing level. Now, aft, we're going to elevate the existing aft 5-inch 38 a little bit and essentially install a triple stack like we have with the Atlantas. Deck space-wise, I think that's about as far back as we're going to get with that one. Now, forward is an interesting one because forward, we could do a triple stack of 5-inch 38s pretty easily, but we're going to run into, the fact that we're probably actually not using that space as efficiently as we can, but we can't really quad stack them without running into some rather silly problems. So at that point, what I would be tempted to do would be to maybe go with a diamond pattern. So where turret 2 is, have 2 5-inch 38 twin mounts, one on either side, almost old school cruiser style. And then do we go with the same on where the turret 1 is? Or actually no, where turret 1 is, what you could do is have still have 2 mounts, but have them one after the other on the same level, so kind of like the aft turrets on Dreadnought. So in that case, that would give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would give you 10 twin 5-inch 38 mounts that can bear on either broadside, so a 20-gun broadside, and then if the angle is swung slightly forward, you'd get another one as the either port or starboard side mount in place of turret 2 could come into play. So potentially up to 22 guns 5-inch 38 guns firing if the attack is coming in from the port or starboard bow, plus a huge 40mm farm amidships above your 5-inch 38s, and various other 40mm fore and aft. I think that would be a semi-reasonable setup. And you'd probably be able, I mean, even with that many 5-inch 38s, compared to the 12 turrets, you probably still got a little bit of weight saved. So yeah, I think that would be the Alaska AA platform. DA Brock says, do a twin stack for turret 1 and then triple for turret 2. See, the problem is the 5-inch 38 mounts are actually quite tall. So if you did twin stack for turret 1 and then a triple stack for turret 2, then combined with the one that's already there, you're talking about a sextuple stack. And that's gonna, then you would actually be having some stability problems. I mean, you could maybe do a twin stack for turret 1 and then incorporating the one that's already there, do a triple stack for 2. But you would I think you'd have to do it such that the lowest mount for the turret 2 triple stack can't fire dead ahead, because it'll be at the same level as the turret 1 triple stack. So that would then give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that gives you 22 dedicated in the broadside, but potentially with more stability issues. I'm not sure it's worth the extra one that the extra pair that you'd be getting. And I think also it makes slightly more use of the deck space. So a question from chat. Captain C4, when dealing with old primary sources, have you ever found yourself being tripped up by Julian Gregorian conversion on New Year's Day being the 25th of March? Not so much. Mostly because I just have if I'm dealing with really old primary sources, I just have either a post-it note reminder that I make myself that's just check who was using what date system at the time, or I can compare and contrast with modern sources which have already done that conversion for me. So if the old source is saying, oh yes, well this took place on the 13th of April, then I can just double check and say, well, this has actually taken place on a completely different date with a modern, good quality book. Then I can go, oh, right, okay, that's an immediate signifier that I have to update dates. Where I've been thrown out a lot more, actually, has been dealing with primary sources where you've got primary sources from both sides of an engagement. And actually, German and British primary sources are really bad for this, because both parties are obviously using, well, what we would now call Central European time for the Germans and GMT for the British. So they're on the same date, and the times are close enough to each other. Usually they're only an hour or so apart. They're close enough to each other that you think they're describing the same time period and the same events, but you can then get very confused because they're actually an hour apart from each other. That can get a little bit of a problem, unless again you keep a permanent note to yourself that adjust all of these times by plus or minus an hour, depending on what perspective you want to look at. And the other one, of course, is Pacific times, because some records will be recording the date as it is in the Western Pacific, but other records for the same event are going to be, perhaps if they're filed in Pearl Harbor or back in the continental United States, they're going to be filing the same thing at this under the same notional time, because they're taking reports from the front line, but they're going to be filing it under potentially a different date because they're on the other side of the international date line, which, yeah, that can get a little bit confusing. Especially if it's kind of multi-day strikes. Sage of Irrelevance asks, on September 1st, 1939, Queen Elizabeth, Valiant, Bar and Malaya, and all the R-class are suddenly replaced by copies of Warspite. all of the new Warspites are perfect copies of the original, including her plot armor. Oh boy, how does this affect the careers of those ships? And congratulations on the addition of a new crew member. Thank you very much. Yeah, the mini Drac potentially would have made a brief appearance at the start, but she's not feeling too well today, and so has gone to sleep a little bit early. You know, certainly be asleep by now, whatever the case. Okay, well, in terms of actual capabilities, of course, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant were more capable, so being replaced by copies of Warspite is a slight downgrade in their capabilities because they don't have as much anti-aircraft armament. But if they've got her plot armor, oh boy, you know, it massively affects how things go. Because, well, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant are now available immediately, as opposed to later. Barham and Malaya are faster and longer range than they were historically, and have better AA. And the R-class, well, I mean, if you're placing the R-class with refit Warspite, they're no longer sub 20 knot, they don't have the water distillation issues, they're not completely exhausted and run off their feet, they can shoot further, they're faster. You've given the Royal Navy basically a uniform battle line of around about 24 knots. So, I mean, the biggest problem at that point is going to be, who do you put on convoy escort duty? Because historically, the R-class Barham and Malaya got stuck with that a lot because they were less capable. But also, when you look at something like the Battle of Calabria, Warspite's fighting Giulia Cesare on her own, while Malaya and Royal Sovereign are struggling to catch up. In this scenario, Royal Sovereign and Malaya are right there with Warspite fighting Giulia Cesare, or more accurately, probably two of them are teaming up on Giulia Cesare and another one shooting at the other Italian battleship that was vaguely in the area. So yeah, these ships are going to be seeing, they're going to be being seen on the front lines an awful lot more, and they're going to be acting a lot more aggressively as well. The big thing, I think, is going to be at that point, as I said, who do you put on, how do you decide who's going on convoy escort duty? It gives the Royal Navy a much more of a lease in life, to be perfectly honest. And at that point, with that sheer amount of capability, you might actually see one or two ships, well, the very few capital ships now that the Royal Navy has that are desperately in need of a refit, actually being stuck into a refit, because historically the Royal Navy starts the war with Queen Elizabeth and Valiant still undergoing their modernizations and the reduced capacity of Barham, Malaya and the R-class, whereas if they're all there, all updated to Warspite grade service, you could actually stick Hood and Repulse into refit and modernization, or at least a very long and extensive refit, and still technically, aside from the slight lack of fast ships, have a better prepared Royal Navy than you did historically. Oh, good grief. And the tabs crashed again, so okay, well, while I'm waiting for the tab to reload, thank you, Fleet. So while the tab's reloading, we are going to continue with the patron question. So Patrick Donnelly says, if the US Navy at the end of 44 decides to risk a drop in public morale and fire Halsey for the mess that was Typhoon Cobra in the Battle of Leyte Gulf, assuming that having Spruance resume command early isn't an option, what other admirals could be a suitable replacement? I mean, at that point, probably the only other ranking officer with a decent amount of carrier experience is going to be Fletcher. So, yeah, they'd probably have to bring Fletcher in, because, I mean, you've got people like Mitcher, but Mitchell needs a break as well. So you could, in theory, promote Mitchell to take over, but in terms of seniority and previous carrier battle experience, I think pretty much you're going to be bringing Fletcher in to be Spruance's opposite number. Yeah, because outside of that, you're either promoting someone like Mitchell up a rank or two, or you're going to bring in someone who's perhaps less experienced with carrier ops, but perhaps has the seniority, like Kincaid. But yeah, my mind just keeps defaulting back to you're going to have to bring Fletcher back into things. Okay, tab has refreshed. Nicholas Crouch asks, I have two questions. Firstly, is there anything in all your research that has made you rage quit out of anger, frustration, or sheer disgust? Yes. Yes, and I had a rant about this in a recent Drydock, but I feel like I should have a rant about it again. Certain Spanish historians, get your act together. Oh, they make me so mad. Because... now, this, for those of you who've seen the other Drydock, this may be a bit of a rehash, but Spanish historians in particular, of all the foreign language historians I have translated, have the most annoying habit of going on, rather than actually writing history, they go on endless polemics about other people who have written history. And the reason it's so frustrating is because I've translated some Spanish history books, like the one that I used for the episode on the Glorioso, and it proves that this is not an institutional cultural issue, because the guy who wrote the book on the Glorioso, for the most part, it was factual, relevant, told me what I needed to know, described the narrative really well. Excellent, excellent book. Other Spanish language history books that I've come across on subjects I've really wanted to do a video about, like the Spanish experience at the Battle of Trafalgar, I've gotten a third of the way into them, sometimes even half, and this is a book I've spent a lot of time hunting down on the Spanish internet, got shipped to me from the EU, usually from Spain, which obviously therefore ends up usually costing a fair bit more than in shipping than if I was buying an English-speaking book that's stocked in the UK. And then I've spent an inordinate amount of time reading it because I've got to translate it either on the computer or usually in my head from Spanish to English. And 95% of it is just, oh yes, well, this English author says this, or the British say this, and this is wrong. They don't say why it's wrong. They just say that it's wrong. Or they'll say, well, this is wrong, and in fact it was this, without any real reference as to why it was this. Or they'll go off on random polemics about, well, you know, and how could they say this, and it just shows how much they despise the Spanish naval history. And I'm sitting there going, can you please get to the point and tell me something relevant? You know, I didn't come here for your personal feelings on the last 3 centuries of British naval historiography. I came here to find out what a Spanish perspective on the Battle of freaking Trafalgar was. You know, that's what I want to know. I want to hear the stories from Spanish sailors, stories from Spanish officers. What is the Spanish perspective on Trafalgar? How do they think it was handled? How was, you know, how did the Spanish forces interact with the French forces? Some detailed stories about how the Spanish ships held up under fire from the British. This is what I want to hear. I do not want to hear you spending 3 hours slagging off random, mostly unnamed British historians from every part of the historical spectrum. You know, that is not history. That's a rant from Reddit. And somehow this has got published. And it happens with a disturbing degree of frequency. You know, and I find it so infuriating because there's a lot of stuff I want to know more about from the Spanish perspective. The various wars they had with their rebellious colonies in South America in the 19th century. Trafalgar, Cape St. Vincent, the various treasure fleets, their interactions with Drake. The list goes on. You know, the Armada. Fortunately, actually, there were a number of decently written Spanish books about the Armada, and like I said, the Glorioso. And this is the thing that makes it all the more frustrating. They're out there, but maybe I've had bad luck, but it seems to me that a good chunk of Spanish history books about various incidents in their naval past seem to be just mostly rants about how they hate everybody else's portrayal of things. And I think that's one of the few times I've literally just flung a book out the door and just gone, nope, I'm not doing this. Scrap that project until I can find something decent. I'm going off to write something else. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's that was therapeutic. Right, so Dr. D.M. Platt asks, a fully prepared force of Taffies 1, 2 and 3 sails from the north toward Jutland on May 30th, 1916. What damage can they do? How about Halsey's TF 38.2, 3 and 4? I mean, Halsey's entire fast carrier task force at Jutland is just such a one-sided slaughterfest. It's not really worth considering beyond the sake it's a one-sided slaughterfest. Taffies 1, 2 and 3, on the other hand, are a bit more interesting because, of course, they are slower than the battle line. So, I mean, presumably if they're coming from the north, they're coming to support the Grand Fleet. But, you know, at maximum speed, escort carriers are still slower than the British battle line is capable of moving. So then they have a rather interesting thing, you know. Do they dispatch their destroyers and destroyer escorts? Because, you know, radar, you know, and pretty nice long-range hard-hitting torpedoes, just Johnson and Company could do a huge amount of damage to the Germans. I mean, Fletcher class going to rip straight through the German torpedo boats. And, I mean, to be honest, 5.5-inch guns with radar-directed gunfire, they could probably do a fair number on a lot of the German light cruisers as well. And then they can send salvos of Mark 15s at the German battleships, and that's not going to be pretty. And then in come the aircraft. So if they're fully stocked, fully prepared, and you've got Avengers, and you've got, you know, I mean, there's not even really much point in the poor old Wildcats doing strafing runs because there's precious little anti-aircraft gunnery to suppress. I think at that point you might as well load up the Wildcats with rockets and small bombs and send them after the German destroyers, because they can probably sink a few of those outright. And then, you know, I mean, the Avengers are going to be I can't think. The Avengers are going to be having a whale of a time. They've got basically zero anti-aircraft fire against ships moving far slower than they're normally expected to, who probably, at least initially, don't realise what the heck is coming after them. It is basically almost a training run, especially since they're all in a battle line. So if you miss one, you might very well hit another. I mean, the weather's not going to be great for that, but you can fly at low level and so forth, and maybe have... Actually, that would be good use for the Wildcats. They can be dropping flares over the relevant ships to hit. And yeah, and then they can just be popping torpedoes left, right, and centre. I mean, even for the fact they're not particularly quick, the full combined readied air groups of Taffies 1, 2, and 3, it's going to be a race against time. And, you know, who gets the most kills? The destroyers or the Avengers? Yeah, that's going to be fun. Michael Pietkowski says, maybe talk to the, I presume, Spanish authors that wrote the good history books and see if they know where to get what you're looking at. Yeah, they found the good information somehow. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. See, the thing is, sometimes you find something that is really good and well resourced, and you don't really need to go too much further to tell a general narrative history, like say with the Glorioso. And sometimes I have done that. If I found a good Spanish source on something, I usually do this anyway. I'll look up the bibliography and go, there's some potentially further good sources that I can have a look at. The problem is that for some of them, especially Spanish Trafalgar, I think I've gone through about 4 or 5 Spanish Trafalgar books, and the most useful information I've got out of all of that have been kind of brief life histories and what they did at Trafalgar for some of the captains of the Spanish ships. Thus far, the best information I've actually got for what the Spanish did at Trafalgar is actually an English language book. I'm just trying to see where it's gone. Yes, there you go. Peter Goodwin's The Ships of Trafalgar, because that details every single ship to a reasonable amount of detail. And so the information it's got on the Spanish ships is actually the best I've found so far. So in theory, I could do, I could take information from Peter Goodwin's Ships of Trafalgar on what the ships themselves did, and combine that with the one Spanish book that actually had some really nice information on what the captains did and some of their fates, and do a Spanish Trafalgar from that perspective. But one, obviously that's using part of one Spanish source, and 2, it's not giving me the perspective from the general Spanish crewman, or the kind of, if you like, the lead up, what the Spanish were thinking tactically and personally in the run-up to the battle. It's just telling me what's going on with the battle itself. Which, it might well be an interesting video, but I ideally would like it to be more rounded than that. Dr. Clark says, I look forward to you finding the Russian books. Yeah, I think I've been fairly lucky in that you have obviously Steve McLaughlin's Russian and Soviet battleships, which, if you want to look at the battleship side of things, is pretty good. It's actually really good for the technical aspects and the wonderfully convoluted Soviet design process. And then you've got, where are they? This lot. Come here. This series, Warships of the Soviet Fleets. There's 3 or 4 volumes now by these people. I'm not even going to start trying to guess how to pronounce half of those names, but these are really good as well. Slightly less technical history for the battleships, but some very useful operational stuff, and they cover like all the way down to those little gunboats. So yeah. And then of course you'll start. See, this is the outside of that, having, and obviously some of the stuff for the 2nd Pacific Squadron. The only other times I've really dived into Russian language sources has been when I did the video on Admiral Rozhesvensky, and he is such a niche subject even in Russian literature, that the authors who actually wrote about him generally were just like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to write a history of Rozhesvensky because no one else has, so they don't have anyone to rant to. Yeah. Right, the Almighty Hypnotoad asks, a follow-up to my previous question concerning the Royal Navy launching Dreadnought with 413mm guns. Assuming the fascination with big guns persisted, and she was launched with 413mm guns, so for those of you keeping up at home, that is 16.25. Oh, there's a question gone. There it is. what would the naval arms race look like heading into the First World War? What would the standard caliber be at the end of the war? And what would HMS Comparable be? Well, Incomparable is probably still going to be 20-inch guns because, as I've said many times before, once you hit 18-inch guns, you start to see diminishing rates of return. And at the 20-inch gun level, you're really starting to see fairly significant drops in things like reliable rate of fire and just capability of actually handling shells of that size. I mean, it depends on how many 413mm guns she launches with, because presumably we're not going to be using the Sans Pareil and Victoria old school short barrel 16.5. So if you're going to have a 16.5-inch -45, that's a pretty hefty old gun. I mean, when you think about a 16-inch 45 caliber gun, and you need ships, roughly in the 32 to 35,000 ton range to loft 9 of them, and Dreadnought ostensibly has 10 gun mounts, 5 turrets, 10 guns that you could potentially replace. You're not getting 10 16.5-inch 45 guns on a 20,000 or 17,500 ton Dreadnought. You're either going to have to go for a much, much bigger boat or probably do something like delete the wing turrets and just have the 2 aft and 1 forward guns, although I'd still be scratching my head as to how exactly you're intending to fit them on that hull. So you're probably looking at a much bigger ship, perhaps with 4 twins or something like that. I mean, it's possible in theory to do, because not long after Dreadnought was launched, you did have Vickers and Armstrongs and so forth offering for private sale 16-inch guns in modern caliber length. So it could in theory be done, but I think you'd need at least, even for a 6-gun ship, you need at least a 24,000 tonner, especially if you're not going to go with super firing, which is going to be an absolutely colossal jump. I mean, that's almost double the displacement of some pre-Dreadnoughts. I mean, the interesting thing will be how quickly can the other gun manufacturers catch up, because it's a huge jump from everyone doing 11 and 12-inch guns to suddenly between 16 and 17-inch is now the caliber. And can you actually exploit all the additional range you're getting? Yeah, that would really throw the naval arms race for a loop. And the expense of the ships is going to be absolutely colossal. Vicky saying you could say the same about the escalation in gun size in the late Ironclad era, which ends up with reload times in hours, but yeah, it still happened. Yeah, I suppose that is true to a certain extent. I think the difference is that back then everyone's experimenting with 1s and 2s of ships, and also the ships themselves don't really tend to go up in size that much. You just see fewer guns. Whereas, you see, by the mid-1900s, then going into the 1910s, they theoretically have the capacity to build much, much larger ships. It's just, well, from the British side, we know the government in the late 1900s wants to cut the naval budgets, and historically they don't get away with it thanks to public pressure, but if the expense of building such ships is so much higher, they might get away with some budget cuts, or just you get fewer ships for the money. And in Germany, well, the army was constantly battering down the door to try and get what they saw as their money back, if in this case, trying to get an expense bill this high through the German government, or indeed the Americans trying to get a similar bill even for a couple of ships through Congress, it's going to require a big shift change in how people are perceiving the world. So you'll be happy to know we have only 3 Patreon questions left, so I'm going to take a question from the chat. Then probably what I'm going to do is do a direct speed run through the super chats. And then maybe do some more from general chat, because Otherwise, we will be here until past midnight, and it's already 11:30. And as I said, I do have a few rather important things to do tomorrow that do require me to actually have some sleep. Jaws says, I'll be honest, I still can't get over the fact you're not wearing full naval regalia in real life. Yeah, there's reasons for that. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable in any way, shape, or form wearing any kind of modern naval regalia, because obviously that would imply something that I am not. I am not, in fact, a captain in the Royal Navy. But I do actually have a Nelson-era uniform under commission. And funnily enough, when you say naval regalia, one thing that I do actually wear in fairly regular day-to-day life, which sometimes does cause people to be a bit confused, is I actually have... Well, actually, at this point, I need to speak to them. I have a really nice sailor's shirt from the Gothenburg ship, the one that's currently in Gothenburg itself. They sell them in their gift shop. I need to email them and see if they will sell me a couple more and ship them, because they're actually really, really comfortable. And that's kind of my day-to-day go-wear around the house. I just today happen to be remembering my Never Forget Pluto t-shirt. And I also have a really nice velvet sailor's jacket, which, if it's a bit windy, like it has been in the past week or so, I'll just sling on when I go outside to do various jobs. So actually, believe it or not, if you did see me in day-to-day life, I have this like slightly odd mashup of 18th and 19th century sailors' clothing that I am semi-regularly wearing. Mark Bass, are you eligible to join the Royal Navy? I mean, I think in theory you can join until you're age 40, and I'm not 40 just yet. But at this stage of my life, yeah, I think unless they want to give me an honorary rank, I think that's about as far as things are going to go. Hazel says, why is the brew gone? I'm in between iron brews. I drank the last of my iron brew on, what's it, today's Wednesday, so on Monday, and Thursday is shopping day. So you caught me in between iron brew. Jellicoe Cats asks, I would like to take the previous major powers adopt oil before World War I hypothetical question one step further. It's 1910, and some oil executives are throwing a nice Christmas party. After a couple of schnapps, a group of German naval officers expressed similar doubts about the wisdom of an all-oil German navy as those you expressed in the previous Drydock. However, in this timeline, seated across from them is the German rock star chemist Fritz Haber, or Haber. He wonders out loud if, just as he was able to use a decrease in entropy to reform gaseous nitrogen and hydrogen into ammonia, he could use a similar approach to turn gaseous hydrogen and carbon monoxide into coal gas into liquid fuel. Buoyed by the encouragement of his fellow guests, he returns to his lab and perfects what we know as the Fischer-Tropsch process a dozen or so years ahead of our timeline. Germany enters World War I with the potential to turn their not-so-good coal into a liquid fuel similar to that they employed in World War II. How does that change things? I mean, it depends on what scale they're able to pull it off at, because, you know, much as with their artificial explosives program, the fact that you can do something doesn't necessarily mean you're able to do it at the scale you'd otherwise want, because, well, the sheer volume of fuel you need to fuel a battleship is considerable. Then you have an entire battle fleet's worth, and things start to get very much more dicey. I would suggest that unless you kind of hand wave away the mass production issues, what they would probably be best off doing would be producing this liquid fuel for destroyers, because that would give the destroyers A, higher speed thanks to a greater energy density, and B, not the fall off in power that they got with the coal when they have to clean their grates. So that's very useful for destroyers. And then if you're able to scale it up still further, let's face it, Germany doesn't really have a cruiser fleet particularly worth salvaging at this point. But if you're able to scale it up to the point where you can produce a reasonable amount of fuel that you could actually get capital ships using it, then I would suggest that the candidate after the destroyers to receive it would be the first scouting group, because one, there's fewer of them than the high seas fleet, therefore you don't need to produce ridiculous amounts, and two, obviously the first scouting group, we know from things like the battle cruiser trial runs, they are in theory capable of quite high top speeds, but thanks to their coal, they usually took a knock of 2, 3, 4 knots between their trial speeds and their actual operational speeds. If instead you're able to provide them with this liquid fuel, then potentially you could see them sustaining something close to their trial speeds, which would give first scouting group a huge advantage, because then historically they have, over the British battle cruisers, they have armor but they don't have speed or firepower. Now they can match or exceed the speed of British battle cruisers fairly regularly and be better protected, and therefore then the only thing they're missing is slightly less firepower, which puts them in a much better position for things like Dogger Bank, or the run to the south, or pretty much anything they end up in. Paul Pimblott asks, it's 1898 and you're the first Sea Lord. Britain is at war with France and Russia. The Russian Baltic fleet is in the North Sea trying to rendezvous with a French fleet from Cherbourg, and the Russian Black Sea fleet is trying to break into the Mediterranean to link up with the French Mediterranean fleet. How would you deploy the Royal Navy against those threats? Ooh, that's a nice one. So, what am I doing? So I've got my Mediterranean fleet. So the Mediterranean fleet's pretty powerful. Where would I force the engagement? Okay, so let's see, 1898. Okay, in 1898, since the Russians are the ones who are trying to make the move, and the French don't have a huge number of completely modern capital ships at this point, I would probably take a squadron, so let's say 4 of my most modern pre-dreadnoughts, and pair them up with all of my older ships, so that would be the Royal Sovereigns and my later ironclads, the Admirals and Sansparai, things like that, whatever I have available of that mixture in the Mediterranean, and they would go and stand off Toulon to keep an eye on the French fleet, because I'm fairly confident they can keep that blockade up in fairly good strength. Then I would take all my other pre-dreadnoughts and take them off to deal with the Russian Black Sea fleet. That's going to be slightly easier because, of course, they've got a funnel through the Dardanelles, so I can just be waiting at the other end like, hello, fish in a barrel, anyone? And then double back to deal with the French in force, assuming that they haven't sailed already. Now, the North Sea situation is a little bit more interesting because, yeah, I've got the Channel Fleet and I've got my reserves and home defence stuff, but the French in northwestern France have a lot more freedom of action and they're a lot closer to the UK coast. And although the Skagerrak is still a choke point, it's nowhere near the choke point that the Dardanelles is. The flip side, of course, is if I perhaps wait in the Channel, perhaps with a force, again, keeping watch on the French in harbour, and then a battle fleet waiting in the Dover Straits for the Russians, the Russians could do all sorts of interesting things to my trade in the North Sea, or even attack my eastern coast. But if I take the battle fleet off to the Skagerrak to try and intercept the Russians there, there's a fairly high potential that the French could break out and head across the Channel. I mean, just disrupting Channel shipping would be bad enough, but it's not going to take them all that long to reach the southern British coast, and then bad things happen. The flip side, of course, there is all my early torpedo boats and torpedo boat destroyers and early destroyers are all available because this is home and short range. So, what would I do then? I think, given that I've been in the latter part of the 1800s, I've been doing a lot of plans about how to attack Cherbourg. I think what I would do is dispatch a bunch of my cruisers to patrol the Skagerrak, whip out the latest version of how to destroy Cherbourg, and go after the French fleet in Cherbourg with the Channel Fleet and as many of my reserves and fast attack craft as I can find, and try and do maximum damage to the French, and then take what I've got left, plus reinforcements that I could be calling in from other distributed squadrons and fleets and the North America station and so forth, basically reinforce and patch up my fleet, and then hopefully with plenty of advance warning from my cruisers in the Skagerrak, then head out to confront the Russians in the North Sea or the Dover Straits. So it's kind of like deal with the French first in the Channel, but deal with the Russians first in the Mediterranean. That would be the way I would do things. Obviously, the more warning I get, the more ships I can recall from overseas. But to be fair, at the same time, given that we're getting to go to war against France and Russia, Russia doesn't have all that much in the way of overseas possessions, but France does. So if the numbers look like they're adding up, that I can use the reserves, the Channel Squadron or Channel Fleet, and the Mediterranean Fleet, with maybe a handful of reinforcements to deal with the situation, I might keep my other ships on distant stations on those foreign stations purely for a chance to go and gobble up a bunch of French colonies to give me a better position at at the negotiating table, which after all is classic British strategy when it comes to a war with France. Kim Raudenbush says, Ocean Liner Designs just did a video regarding HMS Captain's possible wreck site. Oh, did he? I mean, I've done a couple of videos about HMS Captain already, including, obviously, including talking with the guys who are working on actually finding the wreck. So I'm just quickly speeding through. Oh yeah, so he's gone to the University of Wolverhampton. So yeah, he's basically spoken to the same gentleman that I've spoken to, and it's the same data. It's actually even the same sonar scans. Yeah, that's basically it's the same data that I presented in the couple of videos I've done on the search for HMS Captain a little while back. So yes, I'm perfectly aware of it, and I'm just looking forward to when they hopefully get a chance to go and have a poke around the actual wreck site. Art Brogden asks, and this is the last Patreon question, if the German High Seas Fleet does not delay for Seydlitz's repairs, but instead takes the crew and sticks them on Bayern, and this is Jutland again, but the U-boats are in place and the U-boats are key to this scenario, not so much in terms of possible damage inflicted, but intel transmitted, then what happens? Well, I mean, putting Bayern in the High Seas Fleet doesn't make much odds, to be perfectly honest, in terms of overall firepower. The High Seas Fleet is still hopelessly outgunned. The U-boats, however, probably mean the whole thing doesn't happen, to be honest, because remember, the Germans have specific orders not to fight the Grand Fleet. So if the U-boats aren't really doing much damage, but they spot the Grand Fleet sailing and they're able to radio that back, well, the Germans are faced with their nightmare scenario. They're sailing out with first scouting group of the High Seas Fleet against the battle cruiser fleet and the Grand Fleet. They know they're horribly outnumbered. They know they're horribly outgunned. They're just going to turn back home and go home again. That's what the High Seas Fleet standing orders are if they know the Grand Fleet's out. I mean, you look at what Scheer did. When Scheer realised he's facing the Grand Fleet, he turned around and went home. You know, the Germans are not in the position to challenge the Grand Fleet straight up. Their whole objective is to bite off a small section of the British fleet and destroy that in detail. The whole Grand Fleet being there completely obviates that plan. So, yeah, they're just going to say no. Right. Right, okay, so let's see. YouTube Minecraft Watcher says, if you were sent back in time to the Age of Sail, what ship or design would you use and why? I think I've said this before, I would go with a Razé frigate, because that is the best combination in my estimation. You don't have to sit around forever and a day on blockade duty. You get to go out and raid things and go on adventures and take lots of prizes and hopefully make a bunch of money, but you're also big enough and mean enough that you can also take on pretty much anything you come across. In terms of frigates, as Indefatigable herself would actually prove, potentially also small ships of the line if the weather is favourable, and you're more than fast enough to get away from anything that could potentially actually kill you. Looney Tune 73, so that was the last Patreon question. So we've got the super chats and hopefully mixed in partially with regular chat. So I'm probably, because it is almost midnight and we have been going a long time, I'm probably going to do maybe like 2 or 3 super chats to every question from chat. Then we'll see where we stand, probably at the 4.5 hour mark, and then go from there. So the first super chat from Animal 16365. The Bofors 25mm versus the Japanese Angry pedestal mounted vibratory with ambitions in air defense, aka the Japanese 25mm. The Bofors 25mm is obviously the superior design by quite a long way. I mean, 25mm is a little bit of an awkward caliber for anti-aircraft defense in World War II anyway, because it's a little bit bigger and heavier than a 20mm, which, you know, the Italians had a 20mm, the Germans had a 20mm, obviously Oerlikon made a 20mm, even Hispanic Azul made a 20mm, albeit that was mostly for for aircraft use. 20mm is quite a nice balance between power of shell and weight and rate of fire for close-in AA defense. 25mm, it's just a little bit heavier all round without much of a benefit in overall killing power or range extension. You can get some sort of power with 25mm, but it's a little bit less useful. But you know, the Bofors 25mm actually works and occasionally shoots in roughly the direction that you want it to and has fewer reloading issues. So yeah, the Bofors 25mm is if you're going to have a 25mm, go for the Bofors one. John Hart, did the loss of HMS Sydney have the same impact on the Royal Australian Navy the Hood had on the Royal Navy, especially considering the circumstances of the sinking of the Sydney? I'm not entirely sure, partly because the destruction of Hood, I mean, obviously Hood was, you know, a really big important ship. Not saying that it certainly wasn't important to the Royal Australian Navy, but she wasn't Canberra or Australia or later Shropshire. She wasn't their biggest ship. Also, you have to consider that when Hood went down, she went down in battle, but her attacker did not, and everybody knew about the sinking almost immediately thereafter. Whereas with Sydney, it was a bit more drawn out. It was, well, where's she gone? Why isn't she reporting? What's happened? Now we're finding clues. Now we're finding more clues. Now we realise it was against a German raider. Now We know that the German raider's gone down as well. So, you know, she took her opponent with her, but it's also a kind of a slow burn discovery. So, I mean, yes, it was a shock, and yes, it wasn't. It certainly wasn't something that the Royal Australian Navy was going to forget anytime soon. But I think partly because she took Cormoran with her, and because it was a little bit of a slow burn discovery of what happened, there wasn't that short, sharp shock of Hood's gone and her attacker is still at large that you get with, well, the destruction of Hood. Sean asks, what would be a good book to read about the British fleet defeated by the French during the Revolutionary War, and how much damage to that fleet could the USS John Paul Jones do without the use of missiles? Okay, so I'm presuming... so you're probably talking about the Battle of the Chesapeake, or the Battle of Virginia Capes, depending on on who you are talking to. I'm just going to pull up a book on that subject. How much damage to the fleet could John Paul Jones do without its use of missiles? I'm presuming you're talking about the modern Arleigh Burke. So, well, how many rounds does it have in its 5-inch gun at that point? I mean, the Phalanx could probably do it. Does John Paul Jones have a Phalanx or a C-ram? I don't know. Assuming it doesn't, well, then you're basically down to the deck gun and whatever, you know, light weapons, chain cannon and such you have. But the main limit would be what is the limit on ammunition carried on the deck gun. It would mess up quite a number of ships of the line, but whether or not you could deal with all of them would depend on, do you have enough rounds? So yes, here we go. So for obvious reasons, there are a few French books, but assuming that you can't read French, I mean, this... So there's Decision at the Chesapeake, which is a 1964 book. That's probably a decent one. It is a little bit older, though. What else have I got? I'm sure I've got something in my Kindle list that's... See, the problem is a lot of it is going to be covered in more general books about the American War of Independence or the American Revolution, or specific books on the Battle of Yorktown, actually, for that matter. But the thing is, I don't tend to buy books that cover the entire American Revolution just to talk about that one particular battle. Let's try another book list. Okay, yes, though that's a slightly better book list, I would say. Right. I looked under a slightly different book list that I maintain. Right, so... well, that one's a little bit expensive. Okay, so if you want a basic understanding of that particular battle, then there's a relatively recent one, Crisis at the Chesapeake, which looks at the Royal Navy in the American Revolutionary War by Quentin Barry. That would be sort of a good overall, because obviously it's talking about the other naval campaigns, which is the lead up, and then it's going to give you a bit about the Chesapeake. But if you want it in more detail and you've got a bit of cash to spare, there is a slightly older book called Sir Samuel Hood and the Battle of the Chesapeake, which is, I think that looks like a University Press book. Yes, but that's Florida University Press. But that's specifically about the Battle of the Chesapeake, and it's quite an extensive book. Yeah, University Press of Florida, Illustrated Edition, 2009. That's 360 pages. That's probably if you want a lot more detail, but you want to part with near enough $100, that would be the one to go for. DJ Medeiros asks, what are your views on the possible discovery of the wreckage of HMS Captain off the coast of Spain? Well, similar to what I mentioned from a question in the chat, I've done a couple of videos about it. I'm really excited to see it. In fact, I need to email Dr. Fuller, so I'm going to drop him a midnight email afterwards. Let me make a note to do that. I need to get an update and see what's going on with that search effort, because last time I knew they were still looking for a search ship. Okay, so Christian Frazen, for casting director Drac, who would you take the roles of Beatty, Seymour, Johnny Walker, Halsey, and Spruance or Hipper? Oh, now you're asking me to name actors. I don't really know a huge number of actors' names. Let me see. I think I'd put Colin Firth in as Beatty. I don't know for Seymour, to be perfectly honest. Johnny Walker. See, my immediate thoughts for Johnny Walker, for people who have got the acting talent for his kind of delivery, my first two thoughts are actually they are too young and too old. See, I would put Charles Dance in the role of Johnny Walker, but I think Charles Dance might be a little bit too old for it. See, I'm trying to think of someone who's got a similar facial structure to Walker, but you need someone who's kind of middle-aged as well. I mean, Christian Bale has a talent with voices, but I'm not sure if his acting style really necessarily matches up completely. Oh, actually, no, that's a good idea. Yeah. Mark Strong. I think Mark Strong could do a Johnny Walker pretty well. Halsey, and much as I rag on the Midway movie, I think I'd actually pick the guy they used to play Halsey in the Midway movie, because although he's not in it for a huge amount, he portrays Halsey pretty well, in my opinion. Yeah, Graham Kidd pointing out that Ray Stevenson died last year. He would be a really good Johnny Walker, but you know, him being dead kind of rules that out. I don't know who I don't use to play Admiral Hipper. That's a bit of a difficult one. Spruance, though. Now, Spruance is an interesting one. Who do you get to play Spruance? It's got to be an older person now, so we can actually go for someone who's a little bit more experienced. And he does have a... And I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but Spruance... there is a certain archetypal older American that Spruance fits almost perfectly. But I'm struggling to think of an actor who would portray Spruance properly. Again, especially in terms of build and mannerism. I mean, obviously an actor should, to a certain extent, be able to map themselves to it, but you know, I think no, that's See, Tommy Lee Jones has the right acting style, but his voice is a bit too distinctive and away from the kind that you'd need for Spruance. That's a really difficult one. See, the problem is Dennis Quaid played Halsey at Midway, apparently, so there you go. The Bobbin saying Harrison Ford would be a good Spruance, but he's a bit old now. Yeah. See, this is the problem. A lot of the time, the actors who have the best mannerisms to play these people are either too young or too old. Oh, Hugh Laurie, maybe. That's not a bad pick. I mean, Hugh Laurie is not American, but we know he can do an American accent pretty well. And that's like the little wild card pick. Yeah. Chris Pine as Spruance. I personally, maybe it's just me from the roles I've seen, I think he's maybe plays a little bit too energetically. Spruance is kind of calm, conserved and decisive, and Pine is a little bit younger. Yeah, it is a little bit of a difficult one. Ooh. Skarsgård, yes. Stellan Skarsgård could do it if he can pull off a good American accent. Definitely. He's actually even vaguely close to the build. The other one, actually, now that I think of it, is a little bit on the of a wild card as well. But I think if not Skarsgård, then potentially Viggo Mortensen, because he is now old enough. And yes, I know he was Aragorn. But if you've seen Viggo Mortensen playing some American roles, he could absolutely convince you that he's American, and he's got roughly the right build and definitely could do the mannerisms. See, this is the problem. That my knowledge of actors and actresses is somewhat limited compared to others. Right. I think we're going to move on from that one now, considering that's taken us to 10 past midnight. Looney Tune 73. If Japan and America swapped torpedo development and the US ended up with the Long Lance, how bad does it go for the Japanese Navy? Also assume the Japanese Mark 14s and such actually work because they don't have the Bureau of Ordnance. Okay, so if the Japanese have the Mark 14s, then their whole dump loads of torpedoes at long range into the water as tactic is kind of gone out the window. So they are very badly hobbled, even if the Mark 14s work. Although, no, actually, early war, they're not going to have Torpex warheads either. If the Americans get the Long Lance, well, again, we're going to assume they have the Type 95 submarine launched 21-inch variant, then yeah, things are going to get quite bad for the Royal Navy, because although I haven't gone through all the patrol reports for the early part of the war and seen how many Mark 14 attacks failed because of their hilariously wayward nature, as we've said before, Japanese ASW is really bad, and just the number of attacks that I know of that did go a bit haywire in 42 and early 43 with the Mark 14, replace all those with functioning torpedoes, let alone torpedoes with a warhead as large as the Type 95, the Japanese are going to be short an awful lot of ships by the time you reach the end of 42. Mike Lima 777. Any tips for visiting the historic naval dockyard at Portsmouth in mid-April? Anything I should prioritise? And what to look out for aboard HMS Belfast? Okay, so with Belfast, if you've got a day or a good part of a day to do it, you can pretty much explore every part of Belfast. I would say probably pick up an audio tour and follow that route, because you will pretty much go to all the important areas. Just hope the weather's good, to be honest. If you're visiting the naval dockyard at Portsmouth, then I would say it depends how many days you're allocating to it. You could, depending, and also how fast you're moving around. You see, because Portsmouth could be your 1, 2, or 3 days. If you're particularly energetic and you want to be there opening till close, I think you could probably just about do a really fast tour of Portsmouth Dockyard in 2 days. If you don't want to be quick marching everywhere, then you probably need 3. But if you're only able to do Portsmouth for 1 day, my advice would be to do some combination. Well, do all 3, but in whatever order of Warrior, Victory, and Mary Rose. Basically, look at the weather forecast. If it's going to rain early, do Mary Rose, and then Victory, and then Warrior. If it's going to rain later, do Warrior, then Victory, and then Mary Rose. Because you can do Warrior and Victory in about 2 hours each, which would be, if you're there opening at 10, you could do Warrior, have a quick bit of lunch, Victory, have a quick snack in the Mary Rose Cafe, and then do the Mary Rose Museum before everything shuts. And then if you have 2 days, then I would do maybe Warrior and Victory and intersperse that with the museum buildings on the Portsmouth side of things, and maybe M33, and then on the second day do Mary Rose, and if you get the full ticket, Mary Rose on the second day, then pop over on the harbour, do the harbour tour part, and then pop over on the ferry within the dockyard to Gosport and see HMS Alliance and the Submarine Museum, the Holland one, etc., etc. Miles McCaskill asks, both Taiho and Lexington were conversions. Well, Taiho wasn't. Lexington was, that were lost from delayed fuel air explosions. Was there something inherent to them that contributed to their loss, or just poor damage control? So with Lexington, it's just the fact that, well, she's hit, she's got fuel in the fuel lines, and it starts a fire, and it basically goes out of control. You see this quite a bit, basically, with aircraft carriers. If a substantial amount of fuel catches on fire, either on the flight deck or in the hangar, then unless you've got really good containment of that fire, or you have absolutely heroic damage control, then the ship is probably lost. It's not going to sink the ship, but it is going to burn it basically burn it to the waterline and leave you without a functional vessel. So you're probably going to have to scuttle it, either directly or more likely with torpedoes from the escorts. With Lexington, the only way to really prevent that would be to do, well, what they did as a result of the loss of Lexington, which is pump a bunch of CO2 into the fuel lines when you're not refueling aircraft. With Taiho, it's a bit more complicated than that, because she doesn't have a particularly good ventilation system to get rid of fuel, and she has this rather weird and unique weakness where you've got fuel tanks, aviation fuel tanks, right under the forward elevator, and the forward elevator pit goes below the waterline, and so when she's damaged by the torpedo hit, you get fuel from the fuel tanks basically sitting in a puddle of water in the lift well, merrily evaporating off into the hangar, thus causing the fuel air bomb. There's not really a huge amount with the ventilation systems you have on Taiho and the mistakes that were made in damage control. There's not really a huge amount you can do to stop her loss at that stage. That's fundamental to the design. With Lexington, with operational procedures as they were at the time, again, there's probably not a huge amount you could do to stop her then, but there's nothing fundamentally flawed in the design that will prevent you taking steps once you realise what that danger is. That's why Saratoga, for example, despite being hit repeatedly, doesn't go up in a massive fireball. Tonk asks, what naval battle or campaign do you wish more people knew about? Mine would be the Battle of Sluis, but that's probably because I'm from East Anglia and it's the origin of Great Yarmouth Town Crest. Sluis is a good one. I want to do a video on the Battle of Sluis, but one of the things I want to do, since you've got the armoured, all the armoured knights fighting on it, and I want to secure the services of a swimming pool so I can don my 14th century armour and jump into the swimming pool to test how fast do you sink when you're in full armour, how much armour do you need to ditch before you can swim in full armour, and is it possible to go to jump in full armour or near full armour and ditch enough armour for you to then start to swim before you drown. I think that's going to be really interesting live archaeology. Hi Rex. So yeah. Yeah, so the Sluis is a good one. These days, I'd probably also go for Lepanto, because Lepanto is just a madcap. Lepanto and Quiberon Bay. They're both absolutely mad battles, but if you ask people what they were, most people would look at you very blankly. Graham William Kidd, or Graham W. Kidd, asks, is any turtleback armour a curved armour deck on any ship type, or is it a short segment of heavily sloped armour and then flat armour between? Technically speaking, a turtleback armour is any kind of deck armour that has a significant slope as part of it. So that could be slopes and then a flat on top, or it could be a continuous curving slope, although those are somewhat rarer. But basically, it's... Well, I suppose retroactively applying it is perhaps a little bit of people just trying to fit things into boxes. But very early on, when you get the protected cruiser, which, depending on which part of the protected cruiser you're looking at, could be a continuous curve or could be curves on either side and then a flat on top. Right at the beginning of the protected cruiser's armor scheme deployment, you have people informally labeling that a turtleback armor because, well, it looks like a turtle's back, shockingly enough. At which point, from the advent of the protected cruiser forward, anyone who uses that, regardless of whether they use it with or without an armored belt, is technically speaking using a turtleback. It essentially means, in the era of armored decks, once you've got past the flat armored decks of the early ironclads, So essentially, I would guess in the age of steel, a turtleback armor deck is an armor deck that involves a significant amount of curvature in some way, shape, or form, as opposed to just a flat armor deck. Yeah, don't worry, Santi. I won't drown in my jump into the water with armor experiment. That's why I want to do it in a swimming pool, because I would basically jump in at the deep end next to the bit where the ladder is. So even if my feet are on the bottom, I can just reach up to the ladder, grab it, and climb. So, yeah. And I can hold my breath for a long time as well, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Plus, I'll have some friends with me, so if I really get in trouble, they can just haul me out. Class A Cornate. Wikipedia says the extra Tenryus were cancelled for the Kumas in order to match the broadside of the Omahas, but they still have less guns. What gives? That would be gun placement. So if you look at the Kuma class, Kuma class cruiser, so you have 7 guns, but they're all on the center line. Well, except for the 2 wing mounts. So you have a broadside of 6 guns. You've got 3 guns aft, 2 guns forward, 1 on each wing, so 6 gun broadside. And then you look at an Omaha class. Pull up a picture of an Omaha. Now, yes, in theory, you have 12 6-inch guns on an Omaha class, which is a lot more than on a Kuma. But when you realize that a lot of those guns are casement mounted, you realize the broadside isn't actually all that different. So where's an Omaha class's plans? At least a relatively detailed set of Omaha class plans. Right, so you've got your 2 twins, so that gives you a 4-gun broadside. Then you've got 4 guns in the casement forward, but only 2 of those can bear on broadside, so you're up to a 6-gun broadside, so you're now matching the Kumas. And then you've got the aft casement guns, because so you've got, in theory, you've got an 8-gun broadside off of an Omaha versus a 6-gun broadside off of a Kuma. So yes, the Kumas have somewhat smaller broadside, but then they are also, you know, almost a third lighter, which is, you know, that's a fair old sacrifice to make. And then you compare that to the Tenryus, and well, the Tenryus are nowhere near, you know, the Kumas. For all the fact they're not as heavily armed as an Omaha, they at least have a 50% greater broadside than the Tenryus. Dark Kent 1982 says, please answer my question below. I would, but I can't see any question below. There's your question. And he says, if with your modern engineering knowledge you could go back in time to the classic age of sail, what do you think would have been the biggest impact you could make given manufacturing limitations, etc.? The biggest impact I could make in the classic age of sail, I think, would be it would just be increasing ships' durability, because I could very easily introduce them to cross-bracing, i.e. the Seppings and Simmons reforms. Those are perfectly plausible in the period because it's literally just how to use wood in a slightly different way. That gives you an immensely stronger ship, which means you can carry more or heavier guns, and it lets you do bigger ships as well. And also point them in the direction of the fact that cotton sails are a bit better than canvas sails. So start and point that. So at that point you have bigger and or stronger ships, armed with more guns, and actually still capable of sailing faster. Apply a little bit of modern hydrodynamics knowledge as well, and you've basically got bigger, faster, more heavily armed and stronger capital ships compared to everybody else, which also makes them much less likely to be captured, which means you probably preserve your secrets for a lot longer, because ultimately all of those are replicable. by other people if they get their hands on the ships, but they're much less likely to. Robert Flores asks, did the Japanese use rafts to help send supplies if there were no docks or limited small boats? Yes, to a certain extent. I mean, those sort of chains of watertight containers that they lobbed off of high-speed destroyers and hoped that momentum and the tide would float them ashore are technically a form of raft. But yeah, the Japanese would use pretty much everything and anything that could float to try and get supplies over to Guadalcanal, including raft if necessary. It's just they didn't have much of anything. They were always running low on numbers. Twitch Pony asks, how would void spaces filled with D30 armoured, or D30 possibly, armour material that hardens upon impact stand up to torpedoes, like filling the outer hull of a battleship with a bunch of compartments, or a bunch of compartments below the waterline? I need to find out what D30 is. So is this a non-Newtonian? Okay, so it's a non-Newtonian, possibly. Well, okay, it's got basic non-Newtonian features. Let me think. See, it will be absorbing energy because it's absorbing energy to harden, which will disperse energy in much the same way that a void is supposed to do, although perhaps not across as great a volume. And it would resist incoming torpedo fragments somewhat better. I wouldn't necessarily say you'd fill the entire torpedo defense system with it, because once it hardens, you are still going to have the problem of transmitted shock, which is what the void spaces are trying to do, trying to prevent. But I would say if you did have D30, essentially non-Newtonian liquid in there, you could move to having the liquid layer, if you like, as the outermost layer, because it would kind of be a hybrid best of both worlds. You'd absorb a bunch of the shock, hardening the material, and while it's hard, it would also resist the passage of fragments, which would mean your next space, which would then be a void layer, would have a lot less shock coming through, a lot less explosive force, relatively speaking, compared to just a standard liquid filled layer, and hopefully slowed down fragments, which would mean that the void layer could then disperse what's left of the blast quite effectively, which means the next liquid layer, so your second liquid layer, which presumably would also be filled with D30, that would, unless you're talking about a really, really big warhead, would probably absorb much of the rest of the blast and catch the significantly slowed fragments, and if necessary you could repeat it again. So yeah, it would be quite an effective thing. The other thing that would be really good would be that because it is a non-Newtonian liquid, it would mean that any of it that is propelled into the ship by the blast, once it hits goes into the ship, it's just going to revert back to being a liquid or soft material. It's not going to be, even though it hardens to absorb the impact, it's not going to be shrapnel. Fleet of Oceans asks, I was torn between asking either the obligatory War of the Worlds question or something about French ironclads, so why not both? If War of the Worlds was set in France and not the UK, what ship in 1897 do the French have that matches closest to the Thundershield in terms of capability? And how would this ship do in the same fight we see in the books? I think they're called the Cerber class. Or is it the Berlier class? Berlier class. In terms of overall layout and the way it's described in War of the Worlds, the Berlier class is probably the closest French equivalent. They're the ones that look like they're upside down ships with a turret on front. Now, the flip side is they're considerably slower than my idea of Thunderchild, so they probably would have a bit of a time trying to get up there to actually, catch them, catch the tripods. So there'd be more chance of them being gunned down on the way. But the French do have a rather interesting line in coastal defence ships that they manufacture. So I'm just going along the line to see what else they did. So it's 1890, when we're talking turn of the century. That's 1895. No, that's commissioned just too late. Okay, so in terms of a low ironclad with, a couple of big guns and a propensity to ramming things, the last, properly French-style one would probably be the Gemap or Gemape, which would be only in service for 4 or 5 years. Now, it's still a bit slower than my Thunderchild, but most of the French coastal defence ships are not particularly swift. But she's got a fairly decent armament to go after the tripods. And then after that, or entering service actually around about the same time, you have the Bouvine, which basically, or Bouvine, which looks essentially like a slightly scaled down French dreadnought. And that's got a nice ram to it. It's got a decent gun battery. Armor's not going to make a huge amount of difference. Basically, the main thing is that neither of them is quite as fast as my envisaged Thunderchild. And also, generally speaking, somewhat less in terms of forward armament. So they would probably not do quite as well because, as I say, they'd be closing for longer, and they also have an amidships machinery space. So if they do get shot by a heat ray, they're gonna go down much more immediately. But those would be the closest that you could get, in my opinion. Crocast asks, what are the odds we can get Drac on the unsubscribed podcast? If I knew what the unsubscribed podcast was, let me quickly find out. I mean, sure. I guess if they want me on and they want to talk about something naval history pre-1950 related, I don't necessarily see why not. It might be a fun. That was Victor over himself about the Paris being conquered by sea, so we covered that. Battlefleet Gothic one we've covered. Sapper Ninja says, hi Drac, sorry I'm missing this one at work today, hope you and the family are well. But, mostly, let's say Mini Drac is a little bit under the weather, but it should be fine soon. Thank you for the calendar. Thank you very much. So yeah, by the way, if you are a captain level subscriber on Patreon and you haven't sent me your details to send you out the 2025 calendar, you need to do that because we are in March already. And I would say probably if we get to mid-April and I haven't heard from any further Patreon captains, then albeit, at that point a third of the year's gone, I will put the remaining calendars up for people to purchase if they want. Or maybe I'll keep them for giveaways, I don't know. Probably purchase because if we keep them for giveaways, like half the year will be gone. Whereas now you might still get some use out of it. Steve H says, Alaska versus Kongo class, who wins and why? The Alaskas. Basically, neither side has any real armor protection against the other's guns, but the Alaska has a far superior fire control setup and slightly higher rate of fire. So yeah, I mean, if the Kongo class gets good hits in on the Alaska early, then it will win. It is entirely capable of winning. But the statistics say that the Alaska is far more likely to get the first hit and therefore keep hitting, at which point, yeah, Alaska class game over. And also said from Steve H, if the Italian Regia Marina surprised Malta with the whole Italian fleet, do you think Britannia would have survived in the Mediterranean? Maybe counterattack with Repulse and Malaya or King George V? I mean, it would be a rather interesting fight because you've got that 100-ton gun on Malta. I mean, yeah, it's got relatively pathetic range, but anything that came close to it would soon regret it. But I mean, if the whole Italian fleet scrambled itself up and headed to Malta, if it's somehow a surprise attack, well, you've got to bring some troops as well. But Malta isn't usually not without defences. Submarines, destroyers, the occasional cruiser. I think that the main question would be how long could Malta hold out for? Because if the Italians either just are still conducting shore bombardment, because there's also minefields and such that you'd have to work your way to clear, and depending on when, you've also potentially got quite a nasty anti-shipping air wing at Malta. So if either the troop landing operations are still ongoing for a while, or they haven't begun because the Italians are still shelling Malta, basically if the operation is still going for 3 or 4 days, then the British could show up, pin the Italians against Malta and start, blowing them up. There'd definitely be air attacks, submarine attacks, and destroyer attacks in advance of the battle fleet showing up. But yeah, it really depends on what kind of risks the Italians are prepared to take, because in theory, the entire Regia Marina battle fleet showing up at the right time, perhaps some point in early 1942, for example, they could, at that stage, just hit Malta hard enough, blow up supplies, just keep shelling Valletta to persuade the Maltese to seek terms before the Mediterranean fleet and or Force H can get there. If that happens, could Britain survive in the Mediterranean? Maybe, but it would be incredibly difficult because essentially you've got now almost entirely secure supply line to North Africa for the Axis. You don't have the diminution of their resources caused by having to attack Malta or having Malta-based forces attack those supply lines. I mean, the British can still run reinforcements to Alexandria around Africa, which is what they're doing historically, and they've still got Force H. But it would become a case of Britain holding either end of the Mediterranean and trying to force their way back in to the centre, rather than the other way around. How's that got through? Oh, apparently I'm echoing. Okay. Okay, that is disabled. Okay. that. Okay, now I reactivate that microphone. Move that way. Right. Is the audio back and is the echo back? Is the bigger question. You? Anybody out there? So the echo is back. Now that's weird. Okay. Okay, and now I just reset the microphone. James Brown says the echo is gone. Okay, right, apparently my microphone, I don't know what's going on. My microphone apparently just decided it's time to echo, which is thoroughly bizarre. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I don't know what's going on with the microphones today, but there you are. Steve H says, if you could travel back to World War II or World War I, what ship are you taking over and why? I'd take the Alaska class or maybe Yorktown with Torpedo Squad 8. Ooh, if I'm taking over, what can I do? See, I'd be torn between taking off something like the Mississippi, just because I know she didn't lose anyone, so my survival is guaranteed. Or potentially, if I can take over completely and supervise, I'd actually be very tempted to take over Hood, because I know what killed her and when, so I would arrange circumstances so that she doesn't die at the Battle of Denmark Strait. Also, because I have foreknowledge, I know which ship is Bismarck and which ship is Prince Eugen. So I would just go, okay, Prince of Wales, you're going first. Also, spend a bunch of time training up my gunners, and if possible, trying to persuade the Admiralty right from the beginning to, if they're not going to give me a full modernisation, at least give me a full fire control refit. Give me a an Admiralty fire control table Mark 10 or something. And then, because I know which one is Bismarck and which one is Prince Eugen, I'm going to go, everybody concentrate your fire on Bismarck immediately, and also as I head in, I'm going to inform Wake Walker he needs to, rev up his engines and get Norfolk and Suffolk on the Prince Eugen case. Class A Cornet, how many capital ships would the Kriegsmarine need to be at to beat the Royal Navy straight up, assuming the Royal Navy has the same shipping? So assuming we're talking about modern capital ships, so Bismarck types, it very much depends on the year, because, in 1939, early 1940, you've got just the Kriegsmarine with the entire attention of the Royal Navy and the Marine Nationale. Then if you go a little bit later on, the Marine Nationale's out and the Regiment Mariner is in, so now you've got the Mediterranean Fleet and Force H drawing strength away, so now you need fewer capital ships before you can beat the Royal Navy in the North Sea. And then, of course, if you get to early 1942, when the British have just lost Prince of Wales and Repulse, they've recently lost Ark Royal, and they're now having to hold the line against the Regiment Mariner and the Kriegsmarine and the Japanese in with ABDA command and all that lot, and they still haven't got at that point. Duke of York is just coming online. Anson and Howe are nowhere near ready yet. That's when you need the least number of capital ships, because at that point, what the British have available is, they've lost a bunch of battleships. A bunch of others are damaged or worn, so they have a relatively minimal number of capital ships. So early 42, you would probably need the least number of capital ships. I'm just other things. So people, you need to fight King George V, possibly Renown, one of Nelson or Rodney, depending on which one's least worn or least torpedoed, and a handful of QEs and Rs, whichever's in the home fleet. So, at that point, you've lost Bismarck, but I would say if you can have the Scharnhorst operational as well, I would say 4 Bismarcks plus the Scharnhorsts could allow you to have, at least in a battleship engagement, a decent chance of victory in the North Sea in 42. Relatively comfortably. You need substantially more before or after it, but in early 42 that would probably get you North Sea supremacy, because while the Royal Navy still has enough capital ships in early 42 to deal with 4 Bismarcks and 2 Scharnhorsts, they're scattered all over the planet and they can't afford to bring them all back. Phil asks, did the Japanese try to improve their anti-submarine warfare capabilities and weapons, or change their doctrine during the latter part of World War II? Yes, they did introduce their own form of sonar. They eventually got the clue that they should have their depth charges detonating somewhat deeper, although that was partly thanks to an American politician. They did start mass manufacturing anti-submarine warfare escorts, and they basically brought in any old ship that they could find to become an anti-submarine warfare ship. And they integrated, air searches and stuff. Yes, Japanese ASW capabilities are probably the worst of the 5 major navies, but they're not entirely without merit. Look at how the US Navy did lose a number of submarines, and a good chunk of them were to Japanese ship-based anti-submarine warfare efforts. So they are still dangerous. They're just not as dangerous as everybody else is. And they were making strides in improvement, which is why, obviously, losses continue as the war goes on, and why the Americans are constantly upgrading and updating their capabilities as the war goes on as well. Right, so that's all the super chats. It's now 10 to 1 in the morning, so Alright, I've got to email Dr. Fuller before I go to bed. And then... Go away, CC Cleaner, I don't need you. Right, so I'm going to do 10 minutes of questions from the chat, and then we're then looking at what, 5 hours of live stream, and there'll be 1 in the morning here, at which point I think I'm justified in going to bed. Right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, if the World War I German Navy had somehow acquired the Queen Elizabeth's blueprints, would they have tried to make the Koenigs with 15-inch or 16.5-inch guns to keep ahead? They might have tried to make the Koenigs into a proto-Bayern, so basically ditch the amidships turret and go with 8 twin 15s. I don't think, given the rather radical redesigns that they would have had to do, and the fact they'd also be worried about the Queen Elizabeth's apparent speed, I don't think they would be looking at 16.5-inch guns that rapidly. They might look at 16.5-inch for the Bayerns to compensate for the fact they're probably not going to get up to 25 knots. But yeah, no, they're not going to... I don't think they'd go for a 16.5-inch Koenig. Mr. Harlan's Tales of History's Famous Burglars asks, is it safe to say the Kongo class is a knockoff of HMS Tiger? No, actually. If anything, I mean, if anything, you could say potentially Tiger is more inspired by Kongo than Kongo is by Tiger, because Kongo actually starts sooner. But that's not particularly fair, because essentially Kongo is Japan going to the British and saying, we want your latest battle cruiser design, and the British going, here it is, although initially it's actually a 12-inch gunship, and then they hear about the Vickers 14-inch gun and they're sold on it, and so they upgrade it. And one of the easiest ways to show this is actually there's quite a nice photo of Kongo fitting out, and next to her is a British battle cruiser at a similar stage of fit out, and that British battle cruiser is Princess Royal. So if Princess Royal, which is the, well, not even the preceding ones, because you've got Queen Mary as well, but if Kongo's fitting out around the same time as Princess Royal, there's no way that Kongo can be a knockoff of Tiger when Tiger is in a much less advanced state at that point. Essentially, Kongo and Tiger are just two slightly different aspects of essentially the same designers going, this is what we think the very latest and greatest in battlecruiser design could be. Black Horse says, if you could go back in time to change one naval decision, what would it be? Probably Jellicoe's decision to keep proceeding south or by southwest. Tell him to go to Horns Reef and wait for the Germans there. Pokey19 says, any chance we could get a video on the evolution of dry docks? It is on the list of things to do. The evolution of dry docks in kind of the mid 19th century onwards, I've got down pretty pat. The main thing is the sort of the what would be the intro of the video, the really old dry docks. You know, there's some inference that there potentially could have been dry docks, or a dry dock at least in Roman times, but I need to get more details on that. And then you've also got the kind of dry docking without a dry dock in the medieval times, where you'd park ships up on in a river with fairly extensive mud flats, and then you have the very earliest proper dry docks in England that are dug in Henry VIII's time. That's the bit that I really need to get more information on. And then hopefully we can move on from there. But it is something that's on my long-term list of things to do. Joe Buetna asks, Greek fire torpedoes. That'd be an interesting one. Yeah, I wonder, Greek fire catches fire in contact with water. Would it catch fire underwater? Or would a kind of clockwork or flywheel torpedo run up to a ship, bump, rupture, and the Greek fire bubbles up to the surface and then catches fire? David Most asks, where were the French at Jutland? Did the UK inform the French? They weren't at Jutland because the Marine Nationale had other responsibilities. Basically, much like some of the division of labour in World War II, the British had kind of gone, we'll look after the North Sea. If the Marine Nationale could look after the Western Mediterranean, and then later as well the blockade of Austria-Hungary, that would be fantastic. So the majority of French naval forces were in the Med, and the limited number of French naval forces available in Brest and Cherbourg and so forth, apart from the travel distance, just trying to integrate them for this one battle into British command wasn't worth it, especially considering the direction they need to come from. There was a non-zero chance they might run into the Germans alone. So yeah, it's not worth the effort, really. G.I. Johnson asks, my grandfather served in the US Navy in World War II on an LSM, a landing ship medium, LSM 393. The ship was sold to China in 1946. Are there any sources available to find out what happened to the ship? If you drop me a message, email or Discord or something, we can see about looking into that in a bit more detail. but I'm not going to start digging that information up at 5 to 1 in the morning here. But I'm definitely willing to help you out going forward. Griffin Matul asks, "Hey Drac, I'm visiting Malta later this year. Is there anything naval history related that I should prioritise to check out?" Yes, there is a rather nice museum in Valletta. There's the 100-ton gun. If you're really lucky, you might get there. You might be there at a time when they're actually firing it, because they do semi-regular quote-unquote firings. Obviously, they don't load a shell into it, but it's still a very big and impressive bang. And of course, the fortress at the Grand Harbour. You've got the whole story of the siege of Malta with the Ottomans and everything. Those would be my 3 big recommendations for visiting Malta for naval history. And also, while you're in Valletta looking around the fortress, you're looking around where you'll be overlooking the Grand Harbour, where all of the Mediterranean fleet was, where Force K was in World War II, and so on and so forth. Mr. Harlan's Tales of History's famous burglars asked, "Did the US ever try to design a battleship during World War II with 18-inch guns?" Yes, there were a number of sketch designs. They looked at the Iowas potentially with 18-inch guns. They looked at the Montanas potentially with 18-inch guns. So there are Iowa and Montana variants or predecessor designs with 18-inch guns, but they ended up not going with them. Christopher asks, "How many Allied battleships fought in World War II?" Well, if you're looking at, well, the way you calculate it would be you'd have the Washington Naval Treaty and London Naval Treaty survivors, so 15 ships apiece for the US and the UK navies. Then in the US case, you would be then adding the 10 fast battleships they built, the 2 North Carolinas, the 4 South Dakotas, and the 4 Iowas. So at that point, you're looking at 25 American battleships. And then it would depend if you want to then count Utah being torpedoed and sunk at Pearl Harbor, which would add 1, and Wyoming acting as a training ship, which would add another. So your answer would either be 25 or 27, depending on if you include Utah and Wyoming. And for the British, again, you have the 15, then you have the 5 King George V's, obviously including Prince of Wales, which was sunk. So that brings you up to 20. Vanguard doesn't count because she wasn't ready in time for the end of World War II. But then again, you have ships like Iron Duke and Centurion, which are not in active service, but do get hit and do engage in deception strategies. So if you want to add those in, you could add a few more. So minimum, you would be looking at 45 Allied battleships with various parts to, well, if you include the battle cruisers, 45 ships taking part in World War II in various ways, shapes and forms. Include the training ships, another 5 or so. And then if you want, you can throw in the French, Dunkirk, Strasbourg, Richelieu. Jean Bart only participates on the Vichy French side, which is near enough the Axis at that point. And then, of course, you've got some of the Corbeils and the Britannias as well. So you could potentially up it to over 50 if you include the French. Two minutes to go. Frank Joseph asks, in Nelson's era, how far away could ships be spotted from the topmast with a telescope? It depends on how you define spotted. So with a telescope from the top of the ship's mast, you're probably looking at 15 to 20 miles if you're looking at the ship's, to see the ship from the waterline up. But very often, when you look at accounts, I would say they've spotted sails on the horizon. And that would obviously be where the ship's masts and sails have come up over the horizon, but the ship is considerably further away. So if you're on the top of the mast with a telescope and you want to count spotting a ship by way of, I can see some masts and sails poking up, then you're probably extending the range 25 to 25 or 30 miles, potentially with the weird atmospheric conditions a little bit further, but that would be a bit transient. John Fisher asks, for you, what is the hardest ship name to pronounce? The French pre-dreadnought whose name begins with J. And we have hit 1 o'clock. So I'm going to go with one last question. I'm going to scroll back a little bit to see what I can find. Apologies for the echo. I don't know what was going on with that. Okay, Roblox Socialism asks, why did Halsey take so long to dispatch Washington and South Dakota to Guadalcanal? It seems the US Navy could have secured naval supremacy much easier if they'd been sent sooner. Basically, US naval doctrine absolutely said do not send battleships into very narrow waters like Iron Bottom Sound. It goes against all common sense. It negates much of their advantage in terms of long-range gunnery, and it puts them in a narrow confined box. They don't have freedom to maneuver, and in a narrow confined box with very little freedom to maneuver, the long lance is not your friend. I mean, it's not your friend generally, but it's very definitely not your friend at that point. And I mean, after the first couple of rounds of Savo Island, it wasn't exactly like the US had much in terms of escorts. I mean, look, you send 2 full modern fast battleships in, and you don't even have half a dozen destroyers to escort them. And look what happened to those destroyers during that action against Hiroshima. So yeah, sending in Washington and South Dakota was a desperate gambit, essentially because they'd run out of pretty much everything else to send, but they were determined to still fight for dominance of the waters around Guadalcanal. Now, it paid off in large part thanks to the presence of Admiral Lee, but it definitely would not have paid off in any number of alternate history scenarios. So yeah. That's it. 5 hours or so. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming, and hope to see you again in another video soon. We've got, let's say, the Friday video on the Forster raid coming up, and Saturday's video on the Type 10, the German mine-laying U-boats of World War II. So, see you then. Bye.